through higher education in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. I welcome the eminent resource persons, dignitaries, and the participants to this conference. The concept of sustainable development as a global agenda has taken prominence in the last decade with the adoption of 17 sustainable goals in 2015 as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The higher education institutions play a key role in shaping the future generations. According to UNESCO, education for sustainable development empowers people to change the way they think and work towards a sustainable future by integrating sustainable development into teaching, research, and activities. Her Excellency, Ms. Jewel, President of Economic and Social Council, pointed to the SDGs as our moral chart to see through the storm of this COVID-19 pandemic. The present national conference, therefore, aims at promoting awareness and motivating the academicians, researchers in the higher education institutions to integrate sustainable development as a concept and the SDGs into the curriculum, teaching and learning processes, and other activities, and develop future generations that can, wherein the youth of the future generations can adopt sustainability as a way of life. So we will now invite Professor Mutyam Reddy sir, Honorary Secretary, Hyderabad Mahila Vidya Sangham, to deliver his introductory address.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Good morning, all the dignitaries and participants. This is Mutyam Reddy, Secretary, Hyderabad Mahila Vidya Sangham. At the outset, let me thank MCRHRD, its Director General, for accepting to collaborate with Raj Bahadur Venkatrama Reddy Women's College. And also, I congratulate the coordinator and our team, IQAC, and also MCR HRD for choosing this topic to deliberate on. Let me take this opportunity to welcome Sri V.P. Acharya ji, Director General, MCR HRD, and Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana, and Dr. Ashok Kumar Jain, IFS Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, Delhi, Dr. Amirullah Khanji, Adjunct Professor, Dr. Marichanna Reddy, Human Resource Development Institute, Sri P.K. Sharma, IFS, Chief Consultant, again, Dr. Marichanna Reddy, Human Resource Development, Telangana. I also welcome Professor Venkatramana, Vice Chairman, Telangana State Council for Higher Education. and all the participants who joined from all over the country, from almost all the states in the country. As far as the topic is concerned, there are three aspects in it. One, the main, sustainable development. Much talked and much deliberated. One, not much new as far as sustainable development deliberation is concerned. And the other one, role of higher education. What role the higher education has to play in sustainable development. And the third one, the pandemic. In which context the National Seminar Conference is organized. Nature incarnated as coronavirus and poses a challenge to the present mode of development that is destroying the nature. I don't know how many more we are going to witness such viruses. Anyway, let me stop it. I once again thank the MCRHRD and also the IQAC of Raj Bahadur Venkatramreddy Women's College. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I now invite our principal, Dr. Achita Devi, to address.
Eminent resource persons and participants to National Conference on Driving Sustainable Development through Higher Education in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. Raja Bahadur Venkatramreddy Women's College was established in 1954 by Hyderabad Sangam, a non-profit educational society with a vision to empower women, especially those from rural areas, through quality education. The college is the first aided women's college in Telangana region. The college is affiliated to Usmania University. Conferred autonomous status by UGC since 1989. Selected by UGC as a college with potential for excellence since 2010. The college is accredited by NAC fourth cycle. The college owes its existence to the foresight of Sri Raja Bahadur Venkatramreddy Garu, Sri Burgula Ramakrishna Rao Garu, the first Chief Minister of erstwhile Hyderabad State, Sri Madapati Hanumantarao Garu, the former Mayor of Hyderabad and Chairman of Legislative Council of Andhra Pradesh, and Sri K.V. Rangareddy Garu, former Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, who are pioneers in propagating women education in the state. The college had the rare privilege of welcoming Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, first Prime Minister of India, laid the foundation stone. Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, former President of India, had inaugurated the college building, and Srimati Indira Gandhi, former Prime Minister, inaugurated the hostel building. The visit of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, former President of India, on the eve of Golden Jubilee celebrations is yet another landmark in the history of the college. From humble beginning, Reddy College has grown to size with over 2,700 students in its roles, providing hostel accommodation to more than 400 girls. It is the first college to introduce BSc with forensic course and science program in Telangana state. According to UNESCO, education for sustainable development is empowers people to change the way they think and work towards a sustainable future. It involves educating students on the necessity of sustainable development by integrating sustainable development issues into all aspects of teaching, research, and service. Reorienting the education system at all levels to help people think and behave in ways that foster or more sustainable. In the current era, we face huge global problems, and presumably these problems are best addressed through universal education and international cooperation. You would immensely benefit with this program, which would help to implement sustainable development in strategic plans and shaping the curriculum. I congratulate the organizers for organizing such a wonderful conference. Thanking you. Over to Vijaya. Vijaya.
I consider. Thank you, Achita ma'am. I consider it a deep privilege to organize this conference with a premier institution like Dr.MCRHRD, Human Resource Development Institute of Telangana, and express my gratitude for enabling this conference to happen. I now invite Ms. Divya Parmar to deliver her address.
A very good morning to everyone. I am Divya Parmar. I head the Center for SDGs here in MCR Institute. And I welcome all of you, all the dignitaries and the participants to this conference. This Center for SDGs was incidentally started in the Telangana government by our Director General, Shri B.P. Acharya. So this was the first center set up here in the state. I'll just go through a short introduction about our institute. We'll start the slide. Yeah. So the MCRHRD Human Resource Development Institute of Telangana has been a premier training institute for civil servants set up in 1976. Next. Yeah, we impart training to around 15,000 trainees in a year, and also conduct foundation course for All India Service and Central Civil Service officers since 2008. And it's a sprawling 35-acre green campus, a huge campus we have in the heart of Hyderabad. Next slide. So the advantages that are there for the institute are that it has excellent connectivity with all parts of the country, and a unique advantage in view of multiplicity of CTIs and other national institutes. So we have faculty drawn from other institutes like ISB, IIIT, ASCI, University of Hyderabad, Nalsar quite regularly. And also we collaborate a lot with national institutes like NIRD and SVEP, NPA regularly as well. As far as the infrastructure is concerned, we have well-equipped classrooms, which are around 15 in number, on an auditorium, a huge auditorium, and we have 4 conference halls. After this PPT, I will be just putting a short movie for you all to go through that, so that you can have a fair idea of the institute. We have residential facility for over 900 trainees, and we have 15 suites in guest houses and 50 staff quarters as well. The entire campus is Wi-Fi enabled and is linked to National Knowledge Network. We also have video conferencing facility and excellent sports and recreational facilities, including a swimming pool for all the trainees. The advantage, this is not the one. This is not the, that's another one. Pioneer in e-learning wala slide is not. Okay. So we have in e-learning, what I would like to tell is that the institute is also a pioneer in e-learning or self-learning, and we have been leaders of virtual training in government sector. Recently, we have conducted 2 foundation courses of more than 50 days duration in virtual mode for all India services, central civil services as well as military engineering services. And then we have imparted training to 80,000 employees of government of Telangana in a very short span of time. And we also offer customized departmental specific training to the employees of various states. The MCR Institute is also the nodal institute for conduct of training programs on Right to Information Act, municipal administration, etc. It conducts induction training programs for employees of various state level departments like tribal welfare, etc. as well. The institute also offers in-service training programs for senior All India Service and Central Service officers regularly. And we also have a group of academicians on the panel. These are the 7 centers of the institute. We have broadly 7 centers which work in their particular areas. So we have the Center for Public Administration, Center for Financial Management, Center for SDGs, Center for Information Technology and E-Learning, Center for Urban Development Studies, Center for Telangana Studies, as well as Management Development Center. So I will just go through a short film so that you can have an idea about the facilities. Thank you. Uh, Thank you. We'll now move ahead with the first session of the day. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Ashok Jain. He's IFS retired from the Forest Service. He has worked as a senior advisor in Niti Aayog, Government of India, and he's a 1983 batch officer from Telangana cadre. Sir has been effectively coordinating with all the states, union territories, central ministries, United Nations, think tanks, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders for the implementation of SDGs in India. From Niti Aayog, Sir has been heading the entire SDGs operation. He has also published several research papers in renowned journals. I welcome you, sir, and I invite you to start the session for today.
Thank you, Divya.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Divya and Acharya ji, for inviting me for this important national conference, in fact, on the sustainable development through the higher education. This is something very important because the educational institutions are the ones which can really, create a future generation thinking on the sustainable development. They can inculcate those habits, those thinkings, and those processes among the students in the very young age itself. I think this is something very important today. So, as Divya was mentioning, in fact, I was heading the SDGs in Niti Aayog and representing India in the United Nations and other international organizations. So, as you are aware that the Millennium Development Goals were initiated by the United Nations and they were for 15 years from 2000 to 2015. So after the completion of these MDGs, which were 8 in numbers, as you are aware, they were mostly, relating to the poverty, universal primary education, gender, child mortality and health, and also the environment, and also the global partnership. So they were the 8. They were initially initiated by the UN. So then UN was discussing that after MDGs, they were discussing about the sustainable development goals, and finally the United Nations Sustainable Development Summit took place in New York in the UN headquarters from 25th to 27th of September, where in fact the heads of the state and from India, Prime Minister of India had participated, and they had in fact all accepted and approved the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. So the SDGs, next slide please. The SDGs have come into implementation, in fact, from 1st of January 2016. So 1st January 2016 to, it will be up to 2030, that is 15 years. So in fact, the SDGs have been formulated keeping in view the various inputs and experiences of the MDGs at the international level. There were huge consultations for almost 2 years in the globally in the various countries at various places, and also with the various organization, think tanks, research organizations, etc. And finally, the 17 goals and 169 targets have been in fact agreed upon as a universal agenda for the SDGs. And as I mentioned, that it is basically taking forward the MDGs, expanding them into, much higher level. And all 193 countries who are the member states or the member countries of the UN, they had all agreed to implement this agenda. And mostly it integrates the economic, social, and environmental agenda, basically, which I shall be, talking in the subsequent slides. Next slide, please. Now, in nutshell, these are the 17 SDGs. Details, in fact, be seen on the website of Niti Aayog, on the website of the United Nations. So there are, as under social goals, I have put almost 6 goals. That is SDG 1, which talks about the no poverty. SDG 2, which talks about the zero hunger. SDG talks about the good health and well-being. SDG 4 is about quality education. I think most of the colleges, professors, and universities will be very concerned about this particularly. SDG 5 is on the gender equality. SDG 6 about the clean water and the sanitation. Then under economic goals, if you say SDG 7 talks about the affordable and clean energy. That is a renewable source of energy, we can say. And SDG 8 talks about the economic growth and the decent work. SDG 9 talks about the industry, infrastructure, innovation, etc. And SDG 10 talks about the reduced inequality. Reduced inequality means there are a lot of inequalities within the country, within the state, interstate, intrastate, or among the various countries. So how do we take action? What kind of policies are required to reduce those inequalities? Inequalities could be in terms of the development, it could be in terms of the payment of wages, in terms of various things it's there. SDG 11 talks about the sustainability. How do we make our cities more sustainable with good infrastructure? SDG 12 talks about a sustainable consumption. As you know, the sustainable consumption is, some countries do consume a lot more, use the resources much more, while there are countries which don't have enough resources to consume. So this talks about that. How do we reduce the excess consumption so that we can, it could be useful to the countries which cannot afford to eat and it can be helped. SDG 13 talks about the climate action. What were the various climatic issues? SDG 14 talks about the life below water, that is our sea, oceans, what's happening to them. Are they being harvested, the fish are being harvested sustainability? How is the quality of water with regard to pollution? You must have heard a lot of oil spills in the water, which creates a lot of damage to the sea life, marine life. So how sustainable our sea or oceans are? SDG 15 talks about life on land, that is terrestrial ecosystem. I mean wild animals. On the earth surface, the forest, etc. I think there is a separate session on sustainable development. Mr. P.K. Sharma is taking up that session. So then SDG 16 talks about peace, justice, and strong institutions. This is a very important SDGs, that until we bring a peace in the society, peace in the, nationally, internationally, will not able to, devote more energy for the development. So that's why the peace, justice, and strong institutions have been put as one of the SDGs. And SDG 17 is a partnership for the goals. Why SDG 17 is there, partnership? That there are developed countries, there are underdeveloped countries or least developed countries. So as I mentioned in the first slide, that all the 193 countries have agreed to reach a particular, level by 2030. So a lot of responsibilities have been put on the developed countries to help the least developed countries financially or technologically, and also the developing countries, so that every country or every member state of the UN is able to come up to the expected goals what have been set for everyone by 2030. Of course, this conference is basically on driving sustainable development through higher education. I will definitely be talking about 5 to 10 minutes in the end about various aspects, which will be covering the various SDGs, so that, it will be basically a food for thought of everyone, what every one of us can contribute, to ensure the sustainability principles. Next. Now, this is basically one slide I wanted to give a little bit idea that how to the shifts from the MDGs to SDGs, how it has evolved. Now, SDGs are very conclusive, that they say about zero poverty, this talk about the zero hunger, this talks about the preventable child deaths and gender violence, etc. Second thing, they are very comprehensive. If you see the targets and the means of implementation of each SDGs, certain targets have been given. So there's 169 targets, but they are very, very comprehensive. They talks about, what is expected to be done. And universality, it is applicable to all 193 countries, whether it's a developed country, it's a developed countries, or it's a least developed country. And I mentioned in the beginning that the developed countries have been given more responsibility to do the hand holding for the developing and the least developed countries, so that they're able to come up at the expected level by 2030. And they are very inclusive. The SDGs, as the main principle in the SDG is leaving no one. A person standing last in the queue should also be taken care of. So this is very, very important, which, clearly denotes the shift or the, how we have actually graduated from the MDGs. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah. So this actually slide I am giving you to actually make you understand how we have gone for the national strategy for implementation of SDGs and achieving the targets. In fact, this slide is a very comprehensive slide which gives the whole gamut of things what we have been doing right from 2016 onwards. First of all, we did all the ministries of Government of India as well as the national programs. It could be central sector schemes, it could be centrally sponsored schemes, whatever the programs in Government of India are there. They have been mapped along with the ministry on each SDG and their targets. After that, the identification of indicators has been done. In fact, I just want to inform you that the Prime Minister's office had entrusted this responsibility to the Niti Aayog to oversee the implementation of the SDGs in the country, and the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, that is MOSPI, have been given the responsibilities to identify the indicators on which the progress of the SDGs will be measured in the country. So the identification of indicators has been done by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, and they have identified 306 indicators. And these indicators are available in the public domain. These indicators were identified by doing a lot of consultation, in fact, with the various ministries in Government of India, state governments. They did conduct some of the national conferences. They did conduct some of the consultations in the states, and they had put those tentative indicators in the public domain. That they got a lot of feedback from the public, from the international organizations, from the state governments, and based on these consultations, finally, they have identified 306 indicators which are available on the website of the MOSPI as well as Niti Aayog. Anybody can see what those indicators are. Then we have done 24 consultations at the national level as well as regional level on each SDGs, where we have invited the concerned central ministries, all the concerned state government departments. Then we have invited the research organization. We have invited the universities, the local governments, the municipal governments, as well as the panchayats we have done. We have invited, the think tanks and also the civil society organizations. So whatever the various, I think there's some disturbances coming. We have invited, quite a good cross section of the people in for these national consultations. We wanted to have their idea as to what they feel about what is to be done under a particular SDG. Then, dovetailing the national development agenda, we have the national plans. We have with the SDG and their targets. Then meticulous implementation of schemes aligned with SDG targets. As I mentioned, that after mapping of these various programs of Government of India, we have also started monitoring them as to how each program is fitting into a particular targets, and subsequently I'll be mentioning how we are doing the monitoring basically through a national dashboard and outcome-based monitoring. As I mentioned, that I'll be talking a little more. But besides this, when we have also requested all the state governments and the union territory governments in the country, that whatever the program of Government of India is there, besides that, there are many programs which the states are implementing themselves, because states do also collect a lot of tax revenue. They also have their own income besides the transfers from Government of India. So each state, based on their priority, are also taking up their own programs. So what we have the states, that they should dovetail their state programs also along with the SDGs and their target, so that whenever we report the progress of the Sustainable Development Goals of India in the United Nations or any other international organizations, we are able to give a comprehensive picture as to what is being done in the country. For example, I give an example just to make it a little more clear. Like Government of India provides the help to the states for construction of houses, both in rural areas and the urban areas. But besides this, let us say state government of Telangana or government of Andhra Pradesh or many state government of Uttar Pradesh, they are also assisting a lot of other people by constructing the houses for them. So whatever the progress is made under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, which is being implemented by Government of India, or the houses being constructed by the state governments. So the total progress under that particular sector shall be reported to the United Nations, and this will be the particular achievement under particular SDG. So that's the region which we have requested the states also in their own programs. Next, please. This is basically giving a snapshot as to what I have already spoken to you. These are the few very important programs, because there are many other programs that under centrally sponsored scheme as central sector schemes. But these are the major programs which are the quite, where a lot of expenditure takes place. So I thought I'll just give a list of some programs like MG Narega, Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantee Program. As you know, this year, besides the 60,000 crores which was provided in the budget of the Ministry of Rural Development, the government of India, because of the COVID-19 situation and because of a lot of migration of labor to areas, they have allotted another 40,000 crores. So about more than 1 lakh crore under this program will go this year for the expenditure, that is the share of government of India. Besides this, the states are also spending around 10% or sometimes a little more on this program. So you can understand more than 1 lakh crore will be spent during this year under this program itself. And this program will create, the rural employment and also the assets also. The maybe water conservation structures, it could be plantations, it could be anything else of development can be done. It can be used partly for construction of the rural houses, the particular labor component. It can be used for creating the roads, particularly the kacha roads. It can be used, etc. Then National Rural and Urban Livelihood Mission, which creates the kind of employment through the self-help groups in both rural and urban areas. Then Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, as you know that this was a very important program of this present government, where more than 36 crores new accounts have been opened, particularly for the poor people in the various banks. And these are the zero balance accounts, and also they have been provided, the ATM cards. They also have certain kind of insurance against this account. And as you know, that these poor people have deposited more than 1 lakh crore under the various accounts under Jan Dhan Yojana. Then soil health cards, this was a very important program of the government where the farmers have been issued the soil health cards. I'll be giving little more details when I come to the sustainability aspect on this. So they have been given the soil health card, means their soils have been tested. And idea was basically that the farmers keep on applying a lot of urea or NPK fertilizers or other things, but there could be a deficiency of the micronutrients. So that idea is basically that if the farmer know that what is the deficiency in the soil, and if they are able to put those particular fertilizers or micronutrients, then crops and production will be much higher. So this was basically very, very important programs of the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. The National Food Security Mission, as you know, the PDS rice or wheat is provided under this program. Almost 80 crore people are covered under this program in India. Health Mission, as you know about the taking care of the health programs, then various, then the National Education Mission, as you are mostly from the education institutions, about this National Education Mission providing the, free education at least up to the 14th year. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao program, Save the Girl Child program, as you know, Swachh Bharat Mission, where the toilets have been constructed in both urban and rural areas. As you know, more than 10 crore toilets in the rural areas itself have been constructed under this program. This has been one of the topmost program of the present Prime Minister himself was driving this program. As I just want to tell you that in 2011 census, in fact, the coverage was almost only 33%. By 2014, when this program was initiated, the coverage was around 38%. And now, of course, the ministry says we have covered everything, but almost majority of the areas have been covered under this program, which this I'll be discussing little more on this program when it comes to the sustainability aspect. The National Rural Drinking Water Program, so providing the drinking water in the rural areas. Then Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, I talked about the rural housing program. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, that is rural. More than 178,000 habitations have been connected through these rural roads. And in fact, in the tribal areas, the guideline was the 250 houses, and in the plain areas, it is around 500 houses. If they are there in a particular habitations, they are eligible to get this program, the road under the Pradhan Mantri Sadak Yojana. And of course, LWE districts that will left-wing extremist districts, it was reduced about 100 houses. Then Pradhan Mantri Yojana, that is providing the irrigation, providing, I mean, micro irrigation. It could be AIBP, it could be per drop, more crop, it could be, I mean, those kinds of programs which are related to the irrigation water. Then Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. I think somebody is has unmute his mic. I think it's disturbing. Kindly mute your mic. Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana is basically to provide the cylinders basically to the poor people, basically the BPL families. This program was initiated by the present government and in 2018, and for each connection they were providing the gas stove 1,600 rupees, etc. And they were only the houses were supposed to contribute only a little of money. Then National Mission for a Green India, I think Mr. P.K. Sharma will be talking more on that. I'll be also a little bit talking on this program. So I just wanted to give a little idea. These are the very, very important programs, but these are not the only program. There are many more programs, I mean, in the government of India. And besides this, on the right side, which I am showing the state schemes and programs, like that these are national programs, and the state governments have also dovetailed their own programs. And then so that, you know, what is the achievement under a particular SDGs or programs can be known in the country. Next, please. Now, this slide, I just wanted to show you that all SDGs, all the programs are interrelated to each other. Like here, I am giving the example of Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. This Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana is providing the gas cylinder to the BPL families. It is, you know, dovetailed. It can be dovetailed with the SDG 3, that is good health and well-being. Why? Because if you are able to provide a clean fuel, to health will be good while cooking the food. And it can be, you know, basically dovetail this program with the gender equality, because it is the women mostly which cook food. And it also, this program can be, you know, dovetail with the SDG 7, that is affordable and clean energy. Because I mean, we are able to provide the gas cylinder. It means we are able to give the clean energy to a women, and like that, you know, these programs can be, you know, correlated with the various SDGs. This is only an example, and I will show the reverse in the next slide, how a SDG, particular SDG, can be related to the various programs. Next slide. Now, if you see the SDG 3, that is good health and well-being, in the middle you see, it can be, you know, dovetailed, or it can be correlated with the National Health Mission. It can be, I mean, integrated with the integrated child development services. Then Mission Indradhanush, that is where we are doing the vaccinations. Then it can be, you know, dovetailed with the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. It can be dovetailed with the Swachh Bharat Mission. How Swachh Bharat Mission? Because if you are able to have a proper sanitation, then definitely the health parameters will be better. I mean, children, as you know, that if the health is if there is no proper sanitation, even the development of the children and also gets affected. There are many research findings which I think maybe we can discuss in case somebody has something in mind. So this is how, just two slides I wanted to show how a program, you know, basically related to the various SDGs, or one SDG can be related with the various program. This is what exactly when we did the mapping, we have done this exercise. The mapping is available of the various SDG targets and the programs. As I mentioned in the beginning, on the website of the NITI Aayog, anybody want to go, they can go to the website of the NITI Aayog, and they see this, you know, there will be icon on SDG, and then they can see the detailed mapping of the various programs on the each SDGs. Next, please. Now, this is basically, I have mostly talked about this, but one or two important issues I thought I'll talk about. First, I have talked about a mapping on SDG related target and across ministerial programs. But third point was basically, it also provides a template for scanning the budgets and expenditure and gap analysis of interventions. Because what many states have started doing it, that of course the budget which is being presented to the legislative assemblies, they are not being put up as per the SDGs or SDG wise, but subsequently some of the state governments started scanning the budget. That when we know under a particular program so much budget is there, so they scan the budget and then they are able to clearly say under a particular SDG what kind of a budget is flowing, so that do the analysis. If there is a gap, they can go to their maybe chief minister, maybe ministers, or maybe even the heads of the departments, or the principal secretaries, and say that we will not able to achieve a particular target in the SDG if we are because we are short of money, or this is the gap, or it is not only money, maybe other gaps may also be there. So basically, this only provides to help them to understand whether they will be whether they have the enough resources to achieve a particular target. So this is what the idea behind providing this template was. Next, please. Now, now we have started shifting the focus for localizing the SDGs. Earlier, in fact, when we did these national conferences or even some of the regional consultations we did at various places like Cochin, Guwahati, or many other places which we did on specific issues. But now what we started doing is that basically let us go to the states and at the district level. Many such consultations, discussions have taken place, because until unless the people are sensitized at the local level, at the municipal level, at the village level, panchayat level, it will not be possible to, basically achieve the SDGs. In fact, I know MCRHRD Institute itself, they have done many such exercises in Hyderabad. When I was there last year or 2018, many such conferences, many such consultations, many such training programs. They had conducted a very important training program, aspirational districts, where the people from the various states of the countries came, and they stayed there 2-3 days. They did the practical exercises, and how, on aspirational districts, how to achieve them, what could be the methodology. So a lot of such discussions took place, and practical trainings were given to them. Similarly, on SDGs, every year the MCRHRD Institute organizes the various programs. Basically, the idea is to sensitize the people, and in fact, they do invite the sarpanches, they do invite the municipal bodies there, and they also sensitize to them on various aspects. So this is something very, very important. And of course, we in the Government of India, we also had sensitized the business and industry sector. We had a partnership with the CII. We had undergone MOU with them. And in fact, I was mentioning to them that they should also basically map their own industry on the various SDGs and their targets as to what the industries are contributing, because this is something very important at international level, to focus that what is our industry is doing, what kind of employment industries are providing, what kind of a sustainable production they are able to do that, what kind of a various actions or various technologies have been put by them to deal with environmental pollution, or discharge of the effluent into the ecosystem. So this is something very important. That's the reason we had also had a lot of discussion on the CII and the various industries, the business sectors, that they should also integrate, and they have also are on having a very good partnership with NITI Aayog and various ministries. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is basically I wanted to show how the various actually basically wings of the country are involved in the SDG implementation. Like aligning the ministry department, this I had discussed in detail. That is mapping of the programs in the ministries. And in most of the states, in fact, these are the planning departments or planning commissions in some states like Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. They are the actually nodal. Telangana, Mr. Acharya himself, when he was Principal Secretary Planning and Special CS Planning, he himself was leading this from the Government of Telangana. And like that, in most of the states, this is basically the planning departments, so Principal Secretaries Planning are leading this process. And each state has either a SDG cell or SDG center. As Divya was just now mentioning, that she's heading the SDG center in Telangana. So they do a lot of work. They sensitize the people at the grassroots level, even at the highest level in the state, to the level of principal secretaries or the heads of the department on the various SDGs. So like that, many states, like Assam has SDG center, Telangana has SDG center, like many states do have. And of course, states do have their SDG cells. Basically, the whole idea is that there is a specific, basically a setup which will take care of and monitor basically the implementation of the sustainable development goals and monitor them properly. In Government of India, of course, Niti Aayog has been coordinating with all the ministries in the states. There is a SDG task force which involves the various ministries of Government of India and the states by rotation. Every year we invite 4 to 5 states for 1 year. They remain part of the SDG task force to get the feedback. They meet regularly and they discuss what's happening in the country, what kind of actions are required to make it more effective. And of course, there is a legislative, assemblies or the parliament is also basically, discussing on the SDGs. Like Parliament, I'll be talking about in one of next slides that how the Indian Parliament has discussed the various sustainable development goals in some of the sessions of the Parliament. And similarly, some of the states also at the highest level on the initiative of the chief ministers, they have also discussed the sustainable development goals in the sessions of their legislative assemblies. The whole idea was that if these things are discussed in the parliament or in the state assemblies, more and more people will understand because they watch the various proceedings. The public representatives will get sensitized to them, and there will be basically legislative oversight on the implementation of these programs, so that they will, because they are the ultimate the bodies which approve the budgets. At least they will be knowing as to what's happening on the sustainable development in the country, and they can also contribute their mind into the whole process. Next, please. Now, this is basically, I wanted to just give a snapshot that these are the various, directly the Parliament of India, in fact, had organized it, like National Women's Legislative Conference on SDGs, it was done. Then BRICS Women's Parliamentary Forum was done at Jaipur on SDGs. Then South Asian Speaker Summit on SDG was done in Indore, and various, development agenda of the SDGs were discussed. In fact, there's a regular, exchange of thoughts on the SDGs by particularly in the South Asian countries. The Lok Sabha Speaker with basically the delegation of the parliamentarians, members of parliament, they visit the various countries, they discuss about the SDGs. Some other countries, their parliamentary committees come and visit India, and there is a lot of exchange of thoughts on the various sustainable development goals. And the whole idea is that we should help each other. And this is something very important. There is a speaker research initiative in the which the Lok Sabha speaker had started. And in fact, in this initiative, the members of parliament are basically sensitized on the sustainable development and various other programs of Government of India, where the key speakers are invited, and they address the members of parliament, and they try to make them aware about the various development taking place in the countries on the development aspects, like on sustainable development goal. I myself had the opportunity to have a discussion in Lok Sabha with the all speakers of the Legislative Assembly, and like that, various such initiatives and regular, such programs are organized in the Lok Sabha, where the members of parliament are sensitized and made aware of it. Next, please. No, this is basically to give an idea how the Niti Aayog has been pushing this agenda. Of course, Niti Aayog had published a volume of best practices which was sent to all the states. It's on the website, and so that the people can learn that what's happening in Rajasthan, what's happening in Karnataka, what's happening in Telangana, Andhra, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, or Mizoram, or Manipur, etc. The whole idea is whatever the best practices we could collect from the state, it was published. The last year we had published lessons from the local SDGs in the states. This again was shared by the state government, and we had published a volume which was released in the high-level political forum in the United Nations in New York last year at the time of this meeting. And of course, capacity development, institutional arrangements, this process is continuous process. It will continue to go on. Like I mentioned, the Marie Kennedy Institute itself is doing a lot of training programs, sensitization programs. So this is an ongoing process. Like Marie Kennedy Institute, many institutes in the country, national level, state level, are doing various programs on the SDGs. And of course, institutional mapping of the capacity development initiatives also was done, that which institute is having what kind of a, basically expertise, and this was also shared with the states so that they can directly contact them to conduct the various training programs and capacity building programs. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah, this is basically wanted to show that how this whole process of review takes place at the international level. This is something important just to understand. Every year in the month of July, a meeting is done in a conference. You can say it's basically done in New York in the United Nations office. This is called the High Level Political Forum. United Nations High Level Political Forum. This is done every year in the July, and where all the countries, all the member states, they do participate. All 193 countries participate in that. But every year, only 40 to 45 countries, present their progress. But all other countries listen, and every country gets their turn. Like 2016, of course, it was the first. The major theme was ensuring that no one is left behind, and all countries had participated in that. Basically, 2017, the specific goals, focus goals were goal 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, 14, and SDG 17. India had also participated during 2017, and we had presented our progress report and the progress rather in the United Nations, where all the countries were present, and the progress which was on these particular goals were presented was based on the progress of the states and the union government. 2018, the theme was on transformation towards sustainable and resilient cities. Then the focus areas was SDG 6, SDG 7, 11, 15, and 17. And 46 countries had actually presented their reports. Of course, as I mentioned, all the countries will be there, but only 46 countries were given an opportunity to present. They are told in advance, so that every country in 4 to 5 years, they will have an opportunity to talk about what's happening in their country. And 2019, last year, the theme was empowering people and ensuring inclusiveness and equality. And the focus SDGs were SDG 4, 8, 10, 13, 16, and 17. And you are seeing that SDG 17 is common every year. Why it is common? Because it is the partnership, basically. SDG 17, because all the member states, all the member countries will be there. So basically, if there are issues, whether the developed countries are able to help the least developed and developing countries, or when the countries do present their basically the VNR report, Voluntary National Review report, so other countries, when they listen to them, so they also learn from them and they do interact with them. Sometimes they do invite in their own countries, like that what's happening in India, can we do something in our country like you have done? So this provides the opportunity. Like I give the example, 2017, when we had presented our report in UN, then there was a cabinet minister from Iran who had seen our various programs which we presented, and then he had a discussion with me for about 1 hour after our presentation, that what's happening in MG Narega, how do you implement the program, what's happening. We are also thinking similar kind of program in Iran, and officially they had invited me in Iran, in fact, and I had about 4 to 5 days interaction with them. I had opportunity to talk to their members of parliament in their parliament house, in universities, Tehran University, and like that. So this basically SDG 17 is the idea is basically the partnership. We learn from each other. We are able to put pressure at the international level on the developed countries about their responsibilities, and also the other countries are able to learn that what's happening in X country, Y country, and can we do something in our own country like that. So that is the reason SDG 17 is there every year. And this year also, of course, in this COVID-19 situation also, actually this HLPF is going to take place in the month of July, but this will be in a virtual mode. This message has already come to UN that it will be in virtual mode. The countries who have been listed this year to present their voluntary national review report will be able to present their report from their own countries through the online. That's the whole idea. Next, please. Now, this is basically the very important slide where I thought I will spend some time on the sustainability aspect. Basically, because we are talking of driving sustainable development. So here I will, before I go to monitoring aspect, which I will give a snapshot of the monitoring, another, I think 20 minutes are there for me. I'll be able to finish up by within that time. But here, as you know, India's national determined contributions. In fact, this is what the India has voluntarily agreed, basically fulfill this commitment. So what it says that the under the nationally determined contribution, India has committed to reduce emission intensity per unit of GDP by 33% to 35% by 2030 related to 2000. This is one a very huge commitment India has given. Second, India has said that India plans to create an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons through additional forest and tree cover. This is another very commitment India has given at the international level. And third one is India aims to achieve 40% of the electric power installed capacity from the fossil fuel by 2030. Now, if you see that the emission intensity reduction, then there is a creation of, basically the carbon sink through the additional forest cover, and also, 40% of the installed capacity of the electricity today from fossil fuel, that is renewable energy. In fact, they directly or indirectly get related to each other. Now, if you see the creation of additional forest cover, in fact, Mr. P.K. Sharma probably will be talking more on that. But I just wanted to say that there is a program which was initiated by the Ministry of Environment and Forest called Green India Mission. The Green India Mission, they have said that there will be additional, afforestation in about 5 million hectare of land, and also improvement of the tree cover in another 5 million hectare. So about roughly 10 million hectare, forest and tree cover, either plantation or the improvement has been initiated on that program. And various programs in the states are being initiated. It could be money coming from Green India Mission, it could be coming from the state budget, it could be from CAMPA funds, it could be coming from national afforestation programs or various other programs. In fact, there are many, externally aided programs through which these activities take place. The whole idea is that when we are able to create more forest cover, improve the quality of the forest, they are the big carbon sink. And this is something very important, which will reduce the environmental pollution. It will create a better air quality, and also we will be able to create the more forest cover. And moreover, when there is a more tree or forest cover, naturally the improvement in the groundwater also will take place. Now, if you talk about the achievement of the 40% of electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel, probably you must be aware that India has taken a target of 165 gigawatt production of the power or the electricity from the non-fossil fuel, out of which 100 gigawatt is from the solar energy, and by this time we have achieved almost 35 gigawatt. Then 60 gigawatt is from wind energy, and we have achieved roughly about 37 gigawatt by this time. And 10 gigawatt is from the small hydro, and we have achieved around almost 4.6%. And 5 gigawatt is from the biomass, and we have almost gone to about 9.8. So if you see such a huge target, 175 gigawatt we have taken. And now you see some of the states like Ladakh. Other day I was in Ladakh before this COVID situation. I had a detailed discussion with the Lieutenant Governor. We had a detailed meeting there. Huge potential of creation of the electricity through the solar power is there, because there is not much of the cloud cover there. There are no rains are there. Quality of sunlight is very, very good there, and there's not the whole huge area is lying there. So the whole thing is that whole of Ladakh can survive. On the solar, and they can give so much solar power to the whole country. Not only that, I've given an example of Ladakh only, but if you see, even in Andhra Pradesh itself, because most of you will be knowing, in Kurnool, I know, there's a place called Orvakal, which is around 20 kilometers from Kurnool while going to Nandyal side. About 900 megawatt, I think 100 or 1000 megawatt solar power, plants, the capacity plant has been created there. Like in Anantapur district, I know the wind power, I mean, the energy is being produced through the wind power. So like that, I mean, these are the few examples I gave because I work in the state, so I know those areas very well. But like that, not only Andhra Pradesh, but many states are taking a lot of actions, in fact, to create the electricity power. I give the example here, one more example. One of my relative in Delhi, he has put this, in fact, solar power on the rooftop of his house. And the meter, electric meter is that it is two-way, that whatever the solar power he produces, it goes to the grid, and whatever he draws from the grid, it is consumption. And believe me, his electricity bill is zero. In fact, rather, his electricity bill is he's supposed to get some money from the government. So this is how the government of India is also, encouraging the solar powers. You must have seen in a lot of solar water heaters have come. Most of the new buildings are having the solar water heaters. So like that, the whole idea is that whatever we can reduce the burning of the coal, which reduces, which puts a lot of particulate matter in the environment, which puts a lot of carbon in the environment, which is harmful for the health. So if you are able to produce the clean energy by way of, basically those renewable sources like wind energy or the solar energy, I think this is something very important so far the sustainability is concerned. One or two more aspects I was just mentioning to, like soil health card. I told you in 2015 to 17, about 10.74 crore soil health cards were issued in the country. From 2017 to 19, about 11.69 crore soil health cards were issued. The whole idea was that the soil samples were tested from the fields of the farmers. They were told that these are the deficiency in your soil and provide those nutrients or micronutrients so that your production levels go up, rather than always providing the NPK or the urea. So this is again leads to a lot of sustainability. And now we are talking more on providing the organic fertilizers so that the quality of the soil remains good, and it helps in, also, basically for the good health of the people. The organic foods are becoming so popular. As I mentioned to you about the construction of the toilets, like Swachh Bharat Mission, as mentioned that about more than 10 crore toilets have been constructed in the rural areas itself. In fact, a lot of surveys have been done, and Quality Council of India has done the survey. National Rural Sanitation Survey took place, where it has been seen that what is the percentage of the toilets being used, which have been constructed. Of course, we listen from many people. We can see in the newspapers where some criticism will come that this toilet is not being used, that toilet is not being used. Yes, I am not saying that. But what I'm trying to say, that even if the 70-80% toilets are being used, I'm saying, from that angle, basically, it itself is a huge achievement, which was 33% roughly in 2011, and it was 38% 2014. And now if it is 70%, 80%, itself is a huge achievement. It is not a small achievement. And slowly, in fact, the people are becoming used to, they are getting aware of about that. They are seeing the utility of such toilets on the health. So this is something very important. Like in case of drinking water, I wanted to see you, around 81% of the rural habitations in the country are covered. Which we can, which fully covered. Fully covered means where 40 liters per capita per day, what drinking water is being given to the people. And you see, a balance around 19% are partially covered, where it is less than 40 liters LPCD, liter per capita per day. So the question why I'm saying that if we are able to basically reduce the consumption of water reduction, I don't mean that, here I mean to say is we should avoid the wastage of water. I think we can save the water like that, and the people who are not able to get the required quantum of water, at least additional water shall be provided. There are a lot of leakages in the pipelines. If you are able to plug that, then definitely a lot of water saving take place. So like that, these are the various things which are basically help in the sustainability. Like in the energy itself, I have seen the people, we are in the room, we are the air conditioners are functioning, all fans are on, lights are on. But if you are able to, when go out, we are able to switch off the fans, switch off the lights. I think it is basically which we are doing this. It leads to sustainability. some people who are not getting the electricity, this much saving will be useful to that. So like earlier, a TV ad used to come, I think, I remember very well when they used to say electricity saved is electricity produced. I think this is very, very true. We are able to save, somebody else is able to use it. So like that, if you see, in fact, as I mentioned about the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, we have to provide the gas cylinder to the BPL families. So what's happening? Earlier they were using the fuel wood, and fuel wood was so harmful for the health of the women. It was health hazard for the not only women, for the children in the family. Now they are able to use clean energy. Definitely the health are good. If health is good, the expenditure of health is less, and if the expenditure on health is less, in fact they can use those savings either for the education of the children or for better nutrition or for many other things. So this is how everything get interrelated. I give one more example, something very important. I thought like for the SDG 14, because particularly the coastal states. And in fact, we do the fishing in our oceans. So the potential of the marine fish in India is about 4.4 million tons, and we are able to harvest around 3.94 billion tons marine fish in the country. Now, why I'm saying that? In fact, in India, we are not able to do the fishing because of we don't have the required trawlers which can go to the deep sea for the fishing. We have huge potential in the deep sea. In fact, some of the countries, neighboring countries, they are coming, and those people rather illegally doing the deep sea fishing in the waters of India, particularly I know in the Andamans and those areas. And not only that, it's one more thing is happening when we are not going to the deep sea fishing. Whatever the boats or the trawlers we are using, in fact, when we do the fishing, a lot of bycatch comes along with that. The bycatch means we are able to, they in the nets, they are getting the small fish, or they are getting sometimes, some other, marine species. So what is happening because of that region, the in fact production capacity of the marine resources is going down. So this is quite dangerous. So it's very important to take, to have certain things to think on those lines, how we can do the sustainable use of our various resources. I can go on talking many other things, but because time is not much, another 10 minutes are there, I thought these are the various things I thought how we can think of sustainability aspect, and being the educational institutions, particularly when we can definitely give a good basically awareness and sensitization to our students. One more thing, very simple, that we are producing around 25 million tons of the basically construction demolition waste in the country. And where this whole waste goes, it goes to the water, bodies, like in Hyderabad. So much dumping is done in the Hyderabad city, in the various water bodies, in the ponds. Because I was in the mine irrigation there, I have seen there are more than 500 tanks around Hyderabad, and tanks have been filled up with this construction demolition waste, and a lot of buildings have come there. In fact, they have been encroached upon, and these water bodies were the source of recharge of the groundwater. So we are suffering for the water. And this construction demolition waste can be used to basically again take out the concrete, the iron, the sand, and we can and we are able to recirculate and reuse it. In fact, by taking out these things, like there are many plants in Delhi, I have visited those plants. They are able to take out all these material from the construction demolition waste. So we are able to save our natural resources. They are not going and again cutting those rocks. So this material is being used. So this is how we have to think on those lines. We can sensitize our students, so that they will be, when they use any resource, they will be well aware of it. So anyway, balance things, I think Mr. Sharma will be talking more on that. I thought with relations to the sustainable development goals, I thought I will be talking some few aspects, so that how we are able to think on the sustainability of the various resources in the country as well as globally. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is about the monitoring. I will not talk much. I'll just go, a snapshot I will give. See, this is basically what we are doing. Of course, the MOSPI has prepared the 306 national indicators, SDG indicator framework. Next, previous slide, please. Previous slide, please. Yeah. So what happens is the SDGs will be basically monitored on 306, but all this cannot be done every year because some data is collected once in 2 years or 3 years or 4 years based on the survey. But Niti Aayog has started doing the quick monitoring on some of the priority SDG indicators, at least where we are able to get the data every year. So this is basically the idea, and we do the analytical reports and put in the public domain, sent to the state government so that the states can know on annual basis as to how their performance is. Into next slide, please. This is the SDG board as a dashboard. It has been developed with the help of United Nations, where the states and the central ministry directly feed the data of the various programs on SDG 1, 2, 3, as I mentioned, that which we did basically the mapping, and directly every time we know the up-to-date information in the country. Each state can compare themselves what's happening in their state vis-a-vis other states. They can compare with the national level, and this is the whole idea is so that there could be a cross learning, and every time we'll be knowing as to what's the progress sustainable development goals in the country through this dashboard. Next, please. As I was mentioning that in 2018, we did this priority we took this some 62 indicators on which we had basically seen the performance of each SDG and each state what's happening. Like these the numbers like SDG 1 54, SDG 2 is 48, SDG 52, they are out of 100. This is our performance. The red lines are that they are below, the performance is not up to the mark. Yellow is something like average, and green is the good performance. So basically, this was the idea to know ourselves that which SDG we are doing well, we are the medium, where we are not doing well, we are supposed to be. In fact, we have to be a little more proactive. Next. This is state-wise performance on 62 indicators only, union territories of the states. If you see the Himachal, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, they got around 69 marks out of 100. It means they were the three topmost state. Then other states were in the something like a medium category, and three states like Assam, Bihar, and Uttar Pradesh, they were the bottommost. They are in the red category, and the whole idea was that these states compare with other states also happening, and they can learn from each other, and they can, if need be, they can interact with them and also improve their performance. Next, please. Next slide. This is basically we have just a snapshot of what I have shown the previous slide, that we can know which states are in green category or red category, or by just seeing the map we can know clearly that UP, Bihar, Assam are in the bottom on the bottommost, and Himachal and Kerala and Tamil Nadu are green, and balance are somewhere in the between. Next, please. This is each state. I'll not go to the details. They are available on the website of Niti Aayog. You can see each state, each SDG wise, we have done the performance. Like Andhra Pradesh, I give the first example. SDG 1, they were 67, got marks. SDG 2, they got 60. SDG 3, 68, like that. So each state, the whole idea was they can know that which SDGs they are doing good, which SDG they are not doing good. They can, do the introspection and take certain actions so that they can improve their performance. Next slide. These are the balance states. So first and two slides, they show the whole country. Next, please. And this is last year, 2019. We did this index on 100 indicators roughly. In the previous year, it was 62. Last year, it was 100. And you can see this year, no state is in the red category. It means that whatever was shown in 18, in fact, that was a good, basically, a feedback to the states. They have improved their performance. I'm not saying that on 100 indicators, we can say 100%. But the whole idea is that at least it helps to understand and bring some kind of a healthy competition among them to judge their own performance. Next, please. This is basically, I have discussed that findings the SDGs, that what the states are doing, how they are, calculating that what is the money available as when the assembly budget is passed on each programs, they see what is the budget is allotted, then they tally it with their which SDGs, and then they work out what the kind of money is flowing into the particular sustainable development goals. Some of the states like Assam, Haryana, Himachal, Andhra, they did work in that, and after that, some many more states have been doing this kind of thing. Next, please. Now, next slide. Next slide. This is my last slide, and I wanted to show this slide. In fact, whenever I make the presentation as SDG, I normally show this slide, that how we ourselves can contribute to the SDGs. And each and until each citizen of the country contributes something. If we take a glass of water and we are able to drink it completely, fine. But if we are able to drink a half glass and half glass we throw, it means what? We are not looking to the sustainability aspect. The whole idea is everybody, whatever little bit I can contribute into that. I told them we will go out of the room, switch off the fan, switch off the lights, or switch off the air conditioner. You can save the electricity. Is again lead to that. So these are the small things we are able to, sensitize the students. In fact, particularly being in the you lead such a big force of the students, and they are the budding minds which you are able to sensitize them. I think they will be very, very responsible citizens, and you, the education institution, will contribute a huge in the contribution they can make in their. So that's what I'm saying, that sensitize, integrate all stakeholders on the SDG agenda. Your students are your stakeholders, maybe your neighbors, maybe others whom you can do that. Facilitate convergence of the schemes, programs, and departments, that which are the departments which can help the students to sensitize them to do something. Focus your own program on relevant SDGs targets, that whatever we do, can we, focus them on some of the SDG targets, so that we can say this is what we are contributing towards SDGs. Private partner with private sector and other organization on action on SDGs, like you as a education institutions. You are partnering today with the Madichandran Institute. You can partner with many other research organizations. Research programs can be conducted, and on like here in Niti Aayog itself, we get every year the students from the various, like I know Delhi School of Economics, Delhi University, and many students come who take up the certain project on the sustainable development goals. Means a particular goal or particular targets under goal, they take the project, they do some kind of research, they do work on that, and they it helps them also to get sensitized about the sustainable development goals. They go to the various ministries, discuss with them as to what's happening on those programs. So this is how, the various institutions in Hyderabad or throughout the country, they can partner with the government departments, with the other universities, with the research organization, with the think tanks, and the student exchange program can take place, so that the students are getting sensitive to them, and create champions for SDG in your area of action and influence. If you are able to create some of the students as the champions for the SDGs, SDG does not meet all 17 SDGs. Even if one or two goals, save water, save electricity, or like that, or sustainability aspect, I think it will go a long way. So with this, I thank everyone, and for the, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. And once again, thanks to you, Acharya ji, Divya, and Maricharan Institute, and the Reddy College, and all the participants. Thank you so much.
Hello participants, if you have any queries, please raise your hand. If you have any queries to ask, please raise your hand.
Sir?
Yeah.
I mean, so can you throw light on how we can integrate SDGs into education? I mean, I've just heard your presentation. One you said is mapping SDGs with our activities is one. And what any other suggestions you have in mind in terms of creating courses or curriculum content or any other such dimensions also, sir?
Yes. No, okay. Can I reply?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, fine. No, so it's a very good question. As I mentioned, that now, since you are in Hyderabad, and like Madichandran Institute is conducting every year the program on the SDGs. Some of the, I mean, you can have a collaboration with the Madichandran Institute, or even the universities can also, run the courses on the SDGs. SDGs means one is the general, you can think of, or certain, specific courses. Like if you feel that you have a very good faculty on water or energy or I should say on the urban planning or maybe rural roads or maybe anything, or maybe environment, maybe climate, maybe marine resources. So maybe some certain things can be, those can be identified, and based on the various targets and goals which are available in the public domain, the course can be designed. In fact, frankly, many states are really looking into that, the expert organization, because we also get a lot of query from the various states that under this particular SDG, whom we can approach, who can conduct the programs. So where what we can happen is that like the programs take place on the various SDG. In fact, some of the national institutes like NIRD PR also does some of the programs. Manage in Hyderabad does a lot of some on the SDG related to agriculture, but it's already general programs on the SDGs. Like in other like in National Fisheries Development Institute is there in Cochin. They do the programs on the fisheries. So like that, maybe some kind of a collaboration would be required by the educational institute based on your own expertise of the faculty, and the programs can be designed. I can assure you that many states will be taken for that. In fact, even this in Bella Vista, our ASCIIs there, they do also conduct some programs on the SDGs. So it's basically the collaboration with these national level, institutes, and also developing your own expertise and the material which you can be useful for conducting the programs, and you can in fact use the NITI Aayog will be able to connect you to the various states for those the programs on the various expertise.
Thank you, sir. Sir, S. Usha Madam is having one question, sir. What is one best way for HEI to satisfy SDG goal?
HEI means what?
Higher education institution.
No, I mentioned you. I know it. I already replied this question. I mean, basically, see, your role would be more important to sensitize the students, one, two, I mean, to develop certain courses, some curriculum, like you do conduct other than the I mean academic courses. Some other courses also are done, short courses where you can have these electives for the students. So maybe one small course can run on the SDGs. Maybe some of the students might like to do that. As I told you, in Delhi, I get a lot of students every year, particularly in the summer vacations and in the winter vacations, from the like Delhi School of Economics. A lot of students come. Delhi University, various colleges, a lot of students come in. So we get from the IITs also. In fact, I got some of the students from some of the foreign universities. I got students from UK. From London School of Economics. I had a student from Barcelona. I had some students from Columbia University British Columbia University. Like that, they do visit, and particularly most of the such, of course, students are Indian students. They are studying there, but they want to come study those SDGs, talk to the go to the field, spend some time. Like I give one example to you. One student came to me from I think Delhi School of Economics, and this girl was from Ghaziabad. So she took a project on SDG 6. That SDG 6 talks about the drinking water and sanitation. So what was happening in that, she went to her own village in Ghaziabad district, did conduct this survey, and she gave a report to us saying that what the government is claiming, what the district magistrate is claiming is not correct. This is what my survey talks about. So she gave a very factual picture. She visited that and gave a small report and shared that report to the district magistrate of Ghaziabad, shared that report with the Secretary of Sanitation, Government of India, and said this is what is happening. So like your education institutions can maybe during summer, during other winter vacations, you can do this kind of a, the courses, internship programs you can run on the various SDGs, on various targets. The students can go to the field, can see, and you can apprise the concern, the government departments, concerned heads of the department, or you can also give your inputs. That is what's happening in the field, and probably if you take action like this, probably this will be much better, because this will be very good feedback. So naturally, you can play such a great role. And not only that, as I mentioned, you have such a big force of students who are young minds. If you are able to sensitize them, and if they are able to, I should say, start, a little more responsibly. I'm not saying they are not responsible, but more responsibility, that how to, use the resources sustainably, probably it will be a big contribution to the education institution itself.
Sir, may I ask a question?
Yeah. I'm not able to listen to you. There's some problem.
Is it audible, sir?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Yes, sir. You said we can approach for research projects and students can also do some projects, right? So what is the procedure we have to follow for that, and whom do we approach?
No, it's like this. I mentioned to you that there are many internship programs in, which the various departments do offer. Or they don't pay the money to the student as part of their project. They come for about, around, sometime about 30 to 40 days, or sometime 2 months. And we guide them that this is what actually I tell my own example, because every year 5 to 6 students come to me. Then they sit, I discuss with them which are the areas of your interest. They say X, Y, Z. Then I give the literature to them, go through this, and what you want to do that. And then we facilitate them to go to the field. If need be, we talk to the district magistrate, we talk to the concerned state governments, we send them sometime to the other states also. And then they do the survey, they come up and do reporting to us, and we share those reports to them. In fact, regarding the various projects or the programs, in fact, now I am coordinating with the central universities in the Himalayan state. There are 13 central universities, and they have formed a consortium of universities. I had a meeting with the vice chancellors of all these 13 universities on 27th of the last month. In fact, we have assigned them requested them after discussion with them that 5 topics of which are important for Himalayas. So as a consortium, there is a program in the UGC called STRIDE. In fact, if you go to the Google, STRIDE, STRIDE, there is a huge funding available from SDG for that. But this program should be of national importance, and the education institutions should come together. But individual education institution also can, tap some funds from that. There are within the study scheme, there is a provision for that. You can approach, like I know the IIT Delhi, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Chennai. I was in part of the, sanction committee of the Ministry of Drinking Water Sanitation on some of the research projects on the drinking water and sanitation. So like that, many ministries also do offer certain research projects. Niti Aayog itself has certain research grants. And instead, of course, as I told you, UGC has huge grant available with them. So maybe like that, or maybe you can even approach the state governments. Like state governments also do a lot of third-party evaluation on the watersheds or on various programs. You can approach them also. They will be also happy that on third-party evaluation, where you can also, take the help of your students who can go do enumeration. They also get aware and sensitized to the field realities. So like that, I think you can be able to approach on this. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, this is Kanak Chakravarti from Tripura University. I'm a research scholar, sir. I want to ask you that, here we are talking about the sustainable development or its goal. But as you know, in recent news, in the northeastern part of India, in Assam, a PSU company is drilling in the national park sector. Okay, and now
Which
the
company?
whole
Just repeat this. Which company? What you said?
this is, I guess this is Oil India Limited.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
These are destroying. So my question is that before planning something like for sustainable development or its goal, we should consider such things.
Actually, your voice got disrupted. I could not listen your question. In fact, can you repeat it? I'm sorry, I could not listen that. There was some disruption.
Yes, sir. My question is that, before, we are talking here about this sustainable development, and in another side, this is a government company, PSU, no? So it is drilling in the national park sector. My question is this: if we should consider such things during our planning for a sustainable development, no? So why that was not planned earlier?
I agree with you. I agree with you on these aspects. That it has to be planned in sustainably. I mean, there is no doubt. I don't dispute that. If there is some violation of, or there is excess utilization of those, say the national park, they are drilling and all. Of course, they must have taken the permission from the appropriate authority if it's a government company. So I'll not able to exactly react on this particular thing on the drilling aspect, but yes, in principle, I fully agree with you. It has to be taken, the sustainability has to be taken into consideration. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely. I fully agree with you.
So thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yeah.
So there is one more question from S. Naveen Chakravarti. He's asking about National Health Mission. Does it include mental health? Because we have lack of awareness, even stigma, and also shortage of psychologists and psychiatrists.
See, I mean, very specific questions on a particular program, probably I'll not able to react because I don't know the details of each and every program in the country. I can definitely talk in general and National Health Mission. The kind of hospital charges, the insurance is given by the government, and the states are providing the insurance. That's one thing. And shortage of doctors, the paramedics. These are the things everywhere we find it. So now, if you see the COVID-19 situation, what's happening? Of course, if you see the environment has improved a lot. But if you see the pressure on the health infrastructure, is terrible. In fact, there are no beds also on that. So maybe a specific questions on National Health Mission, probably I'll not able to react to that. Maybe you may go through the guidelines of that. But yes, I mean, the sustainability has to be definitely looked into that. And maybe at the appropriate level, those issues can be discussed. That's the only thing I can say. Nothing more than that. If anyone wants to react on that, yes, the Acharya or somebody can react on that if you are aware of this about mental health. I am not aware of that.
So I think the questions are complete now.
Okay.
So I now, so just before we conclude, I would just like you to in terms of the present pandemic and how they can move sustainably for the next oncoming period? Any specific suggestions if you have?
Repeat it again. Your voice was disrupted. Repeat once again.
So, in the present pandemic scenario, if you can give some suggestions to the higher education institutions on how they can move forward sustainably. Any specific suggestions, if possible? I mean, anything for that, at least the short term, immediately.
I mean, in fact, frankly, I myself do not know. In fact, I was other day talking to some of the vice chancellors also. I can tell you, central universities, vice chancellors, because even they were discussing about the conducting the examinations by them, finding very difficult admissions for the next session because of this, COVID, maintaining the proper distance and all. So maybe only thing what I can only say that bringing the awareness among the communities, among the society, among the students, and through the students to the families, probably this is one can be thought of that how to take the precautions during this current pandemic. I mean, that's the only thing I can suggest for the time being, because awareness building probably with this pandemic is something very important everywhere, because number of cases are going up, and definitely now the situation is we ourselves have to take care that basically to protect ourselves, that taking the maximum precautions, maintaining the social distancing and all. Probably the building awareness could be one a very important thing which the education institutions can definitely play an important role. That's the, I mean, what I think so. And of course, I think like many education institutions are doing, they are running their own classes in virtual mode, and some of them even are thinking of conducting some kind of a examination in the virtual mode, probably to maintain the distances. Probably this is the only thing happens to me.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir, for the answer.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
One more. So there's one.
Sorry. Again, voice disruption is there. I'm not able to listen anything.
Yeah, sir, is I'm audible to you, sir?
Yes.
Sir, there is one more question, sir. Can a college partner with Niti Aayog for the schemes of neighborhood?
One of the participants is asking the question, sir. Can institutions partner for any kind of neighborhood activities with Niti Aayog or?
Partnership in the sense they can definitely, if suppose you are conducting some kind of a programs and research projects or anything, Niti Aayog encourages such kind of a thing. Definitely you can do that. There is absolutely no problem on that. I mean, we in fact rather prefer to work in collaboration. We rather try to promote the collaboration, and we'll be happy to do that. There is absolutely no problem in that. Absolutely no problem.
Right, sir. So I thank you for the answers, and participants, if there are any more, so we will. So I now propose, sir, the formal vote of thanks. I thank you, sir, Dr. Ashok Kumar Jain, sir, for taking his valuable time in educating all the participants here, especially the higher education institutions, on the SDGs and how the SDGs are mapped with various parameters and how the policies are framed, sir, and how we are able to achieve the targets of the SDGs. Thank you so much, sir. And also thank you for the wonderful message you have given, especially on how education institutions can map the SDGs in their own institutional level and how they can collaborate and partner. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks very much.
Hello. Welcome to the beginning of the session on SDGs and their social impact by Dr. Amirul Khan, Adjunct Professor ISB and Dr. MSCRHRDIT. And I welcome Dr. Hima Bindu, member IQAC, to introduce the speaker.
Good afternoon to all the participants and dignitaries. I take this off. It's my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Amirullah Khan, an erstwhile officer of Indian Civil Services. Dr. Amirullah Khan is presently the Faculty of Economics and Development Policy at MCRHRD Institute of Government of Telangana. Professor Amirullah Khan is also adjunct faculty at the prestigious Indian School of Business and visiting professor at Nalsar. Sir has worked on several projects, and to mention a few, UNDP project, large legal adjustments and reforms for globalizing the economy. He was also a former deputy director and policy advisor to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Sir, I request you to deliver your address and welcome.
నువ్వు అమ్మో నాకు ఫోన్ చేసి రెడీ ఇవ్వమని ఈయనకి ఫిజికల్ ప్రాబ్లం
That's my question. Now, what happened is the Mauryan Empire declined.
A very good afternoon, sir.
So what Ashoka was concentrating more on rather than his kingdom at a particular period of time. So he started his concentration.
Yes, sir. She did introduced it.
They from India, Sri Lanka, Burma, Thailand, and other areas.
Start చేసినట్టున్నారు ఒక్క నిమిషం
Where he tried to promote the Buddhism, non-violence, and things like that. He started preaching monasteries and things like that. So during the same process, during the same meeting, there is this thing is a very beautiful chemist, Acharya Nagarjuna, which is in Andhra Pradesh. Our Nagarjuna Konda is there where he resided, and Nalanda University, where people from different countries came and started working on this. Okay, when this particular
Dear participants, please wait for a few seconds. We'll get back. A small technical glitch.
encouragement giving, and yeah, in a short period of time, such seminar, such like-minded people that we all.
Dear participants, apologies. Please cooperate. I know we all share this technical difficulties. Just a few seconds, please.
Can you hear me now?
So you're audible now.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We are able to hear you, sir.
Okay. Now I think you can see me now.
You may start the session.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
सर आप अनम्यूट करिए सर हाँ सर
अब सुनाई दे
जी
रहा
सर जी सुनाई दे रहा सर आप दिखाई भी दे रहे सर
ओके यार चलो तो आपको मेरा वो आ गया होगा प्रेजेंटेशन आ गया तो
नहीं आया सर अभी तक
चलेगा आप ठीक है वी कैन स्टार्ट द शुरू कर सकते
जी सर प्लीज शुरू कर दीजिए
Can we start now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sridevi. Thank for inviting me to this conference. Apologies for this delay due to my inability to connect. But thanks to everybody for having joined this this really important conference. What I'm going to talk about is the SDG and the social issues. So as the presentation gets going, The important thing I wanted to discuss was, to with what has been the impact of the economic downturn on social goals. So, a very simple point, right? I assume that I'm being heard clearly. So let me just straight away into.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. Very clear.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So what I'm saying is that uh, to all of you, I am making the first point I'm making is that the Indian economy, in terms of its social objectives, has, because of this problem of the pandemic, the biggest impact has been on the issues. As far as we are concerned, in the SDG conversation, the three issues that I think we should all bear in mind when we are discussing the impact of COVID on the SDG and on the on the current economic situation, there are 3 points that I want to place. The first impact of what has happened in the last 3 months has been on poverty. That is the first impact that we will discuss. The second impact, that is equally important, has been on hunger. And the third impact, that is there an audio problem?
No, sir.
No? All right. Somebody just wrote saying poor audio. So if you can hear me, I'll just proceed. Krishna Prasad.
There is a slight break in your voice. I mean, the
Okay,
sound,
okay.
a very light
Right.
disruption.
So I'll just repeat what I said. I said, I was saying that the three issues that we need to focus on as far as the SDG discussion is concerned are A, on poverty, B, on hunger, and C, on unemployment. As my discussion is going to be on three issues of poverty, of hunger, and of unemployment. You have by now been through the important issues. These three are very critical goals. I will not go into the SDG goals right now. Let me that about the three issues of hunger. First point is that of poverty. Poverty issue the poverty issue is important because what we have seen is that we have seen the impact on the poor. What do we mean by that? What we mean by that is that over the last 2 decades, we have seen the largest number of people emerging. We have seen the largest number of people emerging out of poverty. Uh, and my voice is breaking, and that we are not. Is that correct? Fad and Sahitya. Okay.
सर एक्चुअली आपका बैंडविड्थ का प्रॉब्लम है शायद सर, आप वीडियो ऑफ कर लीजिए सर. हेलो सर. हेलो सर. हेलो सर, सर अनम्यूट कर लीजिए सर। सर आपका अनम्यूट कर लीजिए सर। हेलो सर, सर अमीरुल्लाह सर,
म्यूट कर देना।
सर आपका वीडियो ऑफ कर लीजिए सर, खाली ऑडियो पे आप सेशन कंप्लीट करिए सर।
Retired forest officer and working as chief consultant in the MCRHRD Institute. I am going to deal with the topic on environmental sustainability. Yeah, good afternoon. As you, the subject of SDG goals has been dealt in detail by Shri A.K. Jain. There are 17 SDGs, out of which apparently only 4 connected to the environment. Next slide. These are the goal numbers 6, 13, 14 and 15. But if you go into depth, almost all the SDGs are connected with the environment. And particularly 3, 6, 7, 9, 12, 13, 14 and 15. That's 9 out of 17 sustainable development goals are having some linkage or the other with the environment. And in this connection, all the institutions which are involved in higher education, they can play a very, very important role in bringing in awareness about these goals to their students and also public in general. Next. So these are the 9 SDGs which are having linkages with the environment. Next. Now talking about the environmental sustainability, our understanding in general is that meeting the resource and services needs of the current and future generations. The emphasis is also not only on the current generation but future generation without compromising the health of the ecosystems that provide these services. So this is the broad understanding of the environmental sustainability. This has been worked upon by a team led by Dr. John Morelli of the Rochester Institute of Technology. He and his team, they have proposed this elaborate definition of the environmental sustainability. It says that a condition of balance, resilience, and interconnectedness that allows human society to satisfy its needs while neither exceeding the capacity of its supporting ecosystem to continue to regenerate the services necessary to meet those needs, nor by our actions diminishing biological diversity. So, the needs of the human society, the present as well as the future generation, shall be met in such a manner that we don't cause any damage to the ecosystems. And the major component of the ecosystem is the biological diversity. Next. Next. The importance of biodiversity can be gauged by this fact that the World Environment Day 2020, which we celebrated merely 5 days ago, the focus is on the biodiversity. Next. The theme of the current year's World Environment Day was Celebrate Biodiversity. I say it's not only celebration, but also conserve biodiversity. Conservation is much more important in these days. Unless biodiversity is conserved, preserved, protected, nurtured by the human beings, there will be no biodiversity left for celebration. So celebration is only with conservation. Next. To understand the importance of environment and biodiversity, let us look at the bigger picture, the ecosystem. What is the ecosystem? Eugene P. Odom has given a wonderful definition of the ecosystems, that any unit that includes all the organisms, that is the community or biotic component of the ecosystem in a given area, interacting with the physical environment so that a flow of energy leads to a clearly defined trophic structure, biotic diversity, and material cycles. That's exchange of materials between living and non-living parts. Within the system is an ecological system or ecosystem. So, two things need to be understood here, that unless there is flow of energy and cycling of nutrients, any system devoid of any of these two factors cannot be termed as an ecosystem. So ecosystems could be a forest ecosystem, it could be crop ecosystem, it could be freshwater ecosystem, it could be marine water ecosystem, and so on and so forth. All the ecosystems will be consisting of these 6 ingredients, that is inorganic substances, organic compounds like proteins, fats, everything, climate regime, temperatures, rainfall, then the producers of the organic, either plants and animals, whether they are microorganisms or macro plants and animals, which produce the food, which photosynthesize and provide food to everybody else. Then macro consumers, which includes human beings also, the tigers, panthers, elephants, or whales, all this, they fall in the category of the macro consumers. They consume they survive on the producers. And micro consumers, the bacteria and fungi, which may be available in the air or water or soil, and they basically decompose the organic matter to facilitate recycling of the nutrients. Next. So this is a picture which depicts a typical ecosystem where you find that from the solar energy, the leaves of the plants, whether they are trees or bushes or herbs or animals, they synthesize the food by consuming carbon dioxide and they release oxygen. And when these plants die, they decompose with the help of bacteria and fungi, and the nutrients go back into the soil. They also help in the recharge of the groundwater. They support large number of plants and animals. So zooplankton, phytoplankton, bacteria, fungi, insects, larvae, and bigger and small animals. So all this put together composes an ecosystem. Next. This is the same, another depiction of the ecosystem. Go to next. The ecosystems, they safeguard lives and livelihoods in many ways. Coastal defense, they service, flood regulation, water purification, fisheries, livelihood provision, water conveyance and navigation, cultural services, carbon sequestration, coastal defense, water provision and water service, and many more services. We'll discuss about these things later on. But unless there is a sound ecosystem which is nurtured, preserved, all these services will not be available. Next. Now we'll discuss about some of the problems which we are facing, which compose or comprises the climate change. We often hear about the global warming. We often hear about the greenhouse gases. What do? Why are we so much concerned about the climate change, global warming, emission of the greenhouse gases? Next. We have got a protective layer around the Earth, roughly 30 to 50 kilometers above the Earth's surface, and it is comprising of the ozone gas. The oxygen and ozone, they keep on changing. But this is a protective shield against the ultraviolet rays which are coming from the sun. So it is not allowed to reach the Earth's surface, and thereby the Earth's temperature is maintained. For last many centuries or millions of years, the Earth's temperature has not gone up beyond 1.5 degrees centigrades. But now the scientists say that it may go to 2 degrees. So even if there is a rise of half a degree temperature on the Earth's surface, what is going to happen? We will be feeling extremely hot weather. 14% of the global population will be exposed to severe heat at least once every year. And if temperature goes to 2 degrees, it will be 37%. That means 2.6 times situation will be worsening. Like sea ice free Arctic. At least every 100 years, the temperature is 1.5 degrees. If it goes to 2 degrees, it will happen in 10 years, once in 10 years. So that means 10 times situation is going to be worsened. Sea levels will rise. In last so many years, with temperature at 1.5 degrees, there was a rise of only 40 centimeters. But it will go up to 46 centimeters. And with this rise, many of the coastal cities will be flooded. They will be submerged. So that's the problem. I hope that most of you must have seen the film of Al Gore, The Inconvenient Truth. So these details you can find. How many cities, which city, in which country is going to be submerged. Next. Coral reefs, there will be reduction, decline in the coral reef. Coral reef are the food for the fish and all the marine life. If their quantity declines, so there will be not much food left for the marine life, and majority of the people in the world are dependent on the marine products. So if temperature goes by half a degree more, 99% of the coral reef will be declining. So that's 29% worsening situation. Fisheries, in marine fisheries, 1.5 million tons will go up to, decline will be up to 3 million tons. That is, it will be, rate of decline will be doubling. So this is the impact of increase in the temperature. Next. This we can also extrapolate, say there are studies, there are many more factors. There will be melting of the snow caps, this will lead to many other problems, flooding in the plains, all types of things will happen. Another problem which we feel on the environmental front is the bioaccumulation. Bioaccumulation, that means we are polluting the, say suppose, the oceans. We release a lot of say pollutants. Pollutants per se, like DDT, it may look minuscule to us, but when small planktons consume it, then it goes small particles, small quantity into their cells. And when they are consumed by the small fishes are eaten by the bigger fishes by otters and say polar bear likes. With every stage, with the passage of energy, there is more and more accumulation of these pollutants, which will lead to their death. And that's how many of these species are becoming extinct, only because of the actions, wrong actions of the human beings. Next. Another example you can see of DDT only. Say, when it say fishes are eaten by birds, already the quantity of, so you can see per parts per million, it is going up from 5,000 to 25 to 5,000 in the case of birds, and that leads to their death. Next. So it's a bioaccumulation and biomagnification. With every stage in the food web, when we start from the microorganisms and go to the bigger animals, there is more accumulation of the pollutants leading to their death. Next. Another example we can take of diclofenac. It's a medicine used for the, say, pain, giving relief from pain to the human beings. But much larger, though it has been banned in 2006, many of the places, the veterinary doctors, they were administering these medicine to the cattle. When the cattle died, it was found that there was huge amount of this particular medicine in their carcasses. When these carcasses were eaten by the eagle, they died, vultures. The vultures died. And only when we started finding, especially in India and globally also, why there is a huge decline in the population of the vultures, then it was traced to the diclofenac. And then it was banned. And now efforts are being made to revive the population of the vultures. Special efforts are being made because we cannot afford to lose any species. Because all species play a very, very important role in the maintenance of ecological balance. And that particular function is known as ecological niche. Ecological niche of each and every species is distinct, unique. No species can take over the role of another species. So, unknowingly, if we make any species to go extinct, we don't know how much damage we are causing to the ecosystem, and ultimately we ourselves may be getting harmed in the process. Next. Well, just next. Like I said, there are a number of examples how many species we have lost in the last, say, 50 years. It is estimated even today also that we are losing 1.5 million species per annum. Next. Ecosystems, species, wild populations, local varieties and breeds of domesticated plants and animals are shrinking, deteriorating or vanishing. The essential interconnected web of life on Earth is getting smaller and smaller and increasingly frayed. Environment, this loss is a direct result of human activity and constitute a direct threat to the human well-being in all regions of the world. According to another recent study, biological diversity loss has crossed the safe threshold in most of the world, leaving many ecosystems in the danger of collapse. Next. I'll say the example from China will be very, very interesting. In 1958, there was a wave of killing of sparrows in the country. school children were taught how to shoot the sparrows. They used rifles, farmers used traps, people used poison bats, and also beating of the drums to prevent sparrows from landing on the ground, forcing them to die of exhaustion. The reason was the then President Mao Zedong, in his very famous or infamous Great Leap Forward, decided that farming will be state activity. And though he was neither an ornithologist nor ecologist or environmentalist, declared 4 species as pests: rats, mosquitoes, ants, and sparrows. The first 3 species were believed to be responsible for spreading malaria, typhoid, and plague. And sparrows, next, causing direct harm to the crops by eating their grains. The study says that a sparrow consumes only 4.5 kg of grains over a year, not in 1 day or 2 days. But it became an apple of discord. It was declared as public animal of capitalism. And that's why orders were issued that you shoot the sparrows, let them die. So with this, there was almost extinction of this deliberate extinction of the sparrows in the entire country of China. This led to famine. They were worried how it has happened, because sparrows not only eat grains but also crop eating insects and vermin. So in the absence of sparrows, so these insects number increased and they swooped on the crop, especially the locust, and destroyed thousands of acres of crop. It was abated by large amount of pesticides, misuse of poison, and widespread deforestation. Result: loss of population of 76 million during the Great Leap Forward. Next. This campaign was withdrawn under the guidance of an ornithologist by the name So Hen Cheng. But China had not learned from this experiment. They changed the campaign of destroying the sparrows to destroying the bad bugs, and to rehabilitate or bring back, in order to restore the nature, they tried to and imported large number of sparrows from the Soviet Union. But it's difficult to restore in a short period of time. The Chinese tried to conquer the nature but could not. But this tragedy, unfortunately, is a taboo in China. Nobody talks about it, nor did China learn any lesson. They started another campaign in 2004 to eliminate civet cats and cull down more than 10,000 cats, with the belief that this will control SARS virus disease. Subsequently, they started another patriotic extermination campaign to target the badgers, raccoon dogs, rats, and cockroaches. Again, under the belief that with this, rabies will be put under control. But this didn't happen. Next. What lesson we can learn from this or these incidents? Likewise, many such stories have happened throughout the world. It's difficult to enumerate them now, but what I can say is that there are many forms of life and human knowledge is limited. We hardly know about 10 to 12% of the life forms. We are still unaware of the, we can say 88% of the life forms. So how they are contributing to the maintenance of the ecological balance? What is their function? And what if any of this species goes away? Because these are from microscopic plants and animals to the mammoth-sized plants and animals. We are losing species by way of poaching, as well as because of pollution. We are polluting air, we are polluting water, we are polluting soil, everything. But the number one enemy of the biodiversity is the habitat loss. So what is this habitat? I can say habitat is their house where they live, but we are encroaching upon their habitat. It's getting fragmented. The corridors are being lost. Even the sanctuaries and national parks are not honored. The rate of loss is unprecedented and rapidly rising. Around 1 billion species of plants and animals are threatened from extinction now. Next. Biodiversity loss has crossed the safe threshold. Most of the ecosystems are on the verge of collapse. A report in the journals Science says that 58% of the Earth's land surface, which is home to 71% of the all human beings, has lost enough biodiversity. So is biodiversity that important? Can technology keep civilization running regardless of what happens to wildlife in the dwindling forest, grasslands, or wetlands? The answer is clear no. It's in our own interest to preserve whatever is left. Next. Why biodiversity is important? There are 5 reasons. First one is, and foremost, is the food. 75% of the food supply comes from 12 plant species. More than 90% of the livestock population comes from just 15 mammals and birds. The wide range of wildlife makes agriculture possible. Bats, bees, birds, dragonflies, frogs, ladybugs, mantises, moles, nematodes, spiders, toads, wasps, etc. They help in pollination, eating of pests, and producing manure. In the history of mankind, 7,000 species of plants have been cultivated so far. But now we have come down to 12 major species of the plant which provide food to the human beings. But there are many more species available. Think of a scenario if these 12 plant species which are grown now as monoculture are affected with some disease, then the entire species will be wiped out and there will be shortage of food. That's why biodiversity is important. Biodiversity, that means the plants which are available in the wild and wild varieties of these food supplying plants, they serve as gene pools. And you cannot price it. It's priceless. Monocultures may be wiped out due to drought or disease. But then these wild species, we always can fall back and bring back the species again. Next. Health. Biodiversity is intricately linked to the human health and also the health of all other forms of life in many ways. Higher biodiversity has been linked to lower instances of diseases. The people who are living in or around the forests are found to be healthier because they are inhaling pure oxygen. The sky is clear. They are getting fresh fruits, edible items from the forest. Likewise, people in the towns also or cities who live in the in or around green areas or surrounded by the greenery, they are supposed to live longer and healthier. So, loss of biodiversity, every time a species goes extinct, we never know what it could have provided to us. A drug for life-threatening disease or vaccine to cure diseases like cancer or even COVID-19. Next. Ecosystem services. We get clean air, clean water, healthy soil, and raw materials for various industrial products. It provides resilience. Resilience, that means it provides insurance. Insurance against what? Ensures ecosystem against decline in their functioning, because many species provide greater guarantees that some will maintain functioning even if others fail. And ethics, aesthetics, and awe. No doubt, biodiversity is bigger than any one species, including Homo sapiens. When thousands or millions of species are available, And we, as I told you, we know only about 10 to 12% of the species, and many species are becoming extinct. We don't know what we are losing. So even if human beings, Homo sapiens species goes away, it is not going to adversely affect the nature. Beauty, it provides beauty. The many perks that once you go to a forest area for a picnic or spend a day there in a resort, you feel that you are more creative, your memory increases, and faster healing. In Japan, people have say the forest department has started say forest healing or forest therapy. People who are suffering from many diseases, they spend a week or 10 days or 15 days in the forest and they come back fully healed. Next. Water crisis. I think a lot of articles have come, a lot of data is available. Next. In our country, this picture depicts that in desert areas where water is scarce, how precious it is, and for getting even one pot of water, how much of effort has to be made, and even then it's not available. Next. This talks about says about how much care we are taking about the nature. Survey says that globally, over 1/3 or 30% of edible food produced per annum is wasted. On the one hand, we find that in certain pockets there is scarcity of the food and we are wasting 30% of the food. This food wastage causes about 8% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. 3 kilograms of wasted food cause about 23 kgs of carbon dioxide to be emitted into the atmosphere. Studies also find that fashion industry produces about 10% of the carbon emissions annually. This is only rising. As people bought 60% more garments in 2014-15 than in 2000, but retained these for half as long. So we are unnecessarily purchasing the things. We are not, say, responsible consumers. Yet fast fashion is deeply damaging our nature. It takes about 7,500 liters of water to make one pair of jeans, which is equal to the amount of water one human being consumes over 7 years. So see the colossal waste. Despite this, 85% of all textiles are simply thrown away each year. One garbage truck full of clothes is thrown into a landfill each second. Imagine how much waste we are creating and how much of carbon dioxide is being emitted because of our, say, carelessness. Study also finds that 35% of microplastics, the tiny particles which never biodegrade, found in the Earth's oceans come from synthetic textiles like polyesters, which are commonly used in the fast fashion. And microplastics cause 31% of the plastic pollutions in the water. So this is how much. So if we can cut down all these things, we can reduce the pollution of the water, we can reduce carbon emissions. Next. The gifts of trees are known to everybody. Next. Now, in this era of COVID-19, what are the challenges we are facing? We are facing the problems of climate change, food security, water security, human health, socio-economic development, disaster risk reduction, ecosystem degradation, and biodiversity loss. Next. So, how do we overcome these challenges? We have to rethink. We have to refuse certain things, reduce, reuse, repurpose, recycle, and rot. Next. The same Professor John Miller has given 15, the entire team of Rochester Institute of Technology has come out with wonderful 15 guiding principles to ensure that environmental stability is maintained. They have divided these 15 principles into 5 groups. First is the societal needs. Produce nothing that will require future generations to maintain vigilance. That means we should take care of the future generations also. We should not consume all what is available, whether they are renewable or non-renewable. Design and deliver products and services that contribute to a more sustainable economy. So this takes care of not only the human beings but also the industries. They should come up with certain designs and also deliver products and services which will contribute to the more sustainable economy. It should support the local employment. Otherwise, we are seeing people are coming from villages and coming to the bigger cities, and now in this period of pandemic, there is reverse migration. They are going back and in the process getting infected, and many of the people have died also. It's a very, very sad story. It should support fair trade, not unfair trade. That's why there is need to review the environmental attributes of raw materials and make environmental sustainability a key requirement in the selection of ingredients for new products and services. Next. Preservation of biodiversity. Select raw materials that maintain biodiversity of natural resources. Use environmentally responsible and sustainable energy sources and invest in improving energy efficiency. As Mr. Jain has told that we have to move away from the use of fossil fuels and tap the renewable sources of energy. And solar energy can provide the best solutions in this regard, and we can do away with the use of coal or petroleum products. Then regenerative capacity. Keep harvest rates of renewable resources inputs within the regenerative capacity of the natural system that generates them. This we can understand from a simple example, that if we put say 100 rupees in a bank and the rate of interest is 10%, so at the end of 1 year we'll be getting 10 rupees 10 as interest. Same thing is applicable to the natural resources. Whatever incremental growth is accumulated in a year, if we tap that much only, keeping the original resource intact, then it is called within the regenerative capacity. So this principle has to be to all the agencies which are involved in monitoring this harvesting, which as on today is destructive, which we are eating into the capital, that has to be stopped. Keep depletion rates of non-renewable resources inputs below the rate at which renewable substitutes are developed. So unless you develop substitute, don't go on using the non-renewable resources. Next, the fourth is reuse and recycle. Design for reusability and recyclability. Design or redesign manufacturing and business processes as closed loop systems, reducing emissions and waste to zero. Very, very desirable, very difficult. We have been saying in our country, we have seen even the cement factories, they have been said that you put precipitator before you release the smoke into the air, so that all this participate matter is retained. It is not released into the air. But because of heavy cost, many of the people have not done it in the past. Only with great persuasion, with penal clauses, they have come to terms and they have started using. Likewise, all the industries which release their discharge into the streams or rivers, they have been said that it must be treated. Without treating, you don't release the discharge into the streams or rivers. They were not doing it. As a result, all our streams and all our rivers, including the mighty Ganges, was highly polluted. And now we have seen in the period of this pandemic of COVID, Ganga had become very, very clean within 50 days because there was no discharge in the rivers. There was no pollution, and the scientists have conducted studies and found out that now the river, this water in the river Ganga at Har Ki Pauri, Haridwar was potable. So this kind of thing has happened. The Himalayas could be seen from as far as Jalandhar, which was not available earlier, which nobody could see in the last 100 years. So this is the impact of reducing or redesigning and bringing waste to zero. So this was because nothing was happening. But if everything is going on, even then the emission is zero or brought to minimum, that is what is desirable. Then constraints of non-renewable resources and waste regeneration. This scale, that is population into consumption per capita into technology. The scale of human economic subsystem should be limited to a level that, if not optimal, is at least within the carrying capacity and therefore sustainable. If the scale is more than the carrying capacity, naturally the non-renewable resources will be depleting. Next, keep waste emissions within the assimilative capacity of receiving ecosystems without unacceptable degradation of its future waste absorptive capacity or other important ecological services. Develop transportation criteria that prioritize low impact transportation models and approach all product development and product management decisions with full consideration of the environmental impacts of the product throughout its life cycle, not for a short period of 2 years or 5 years or 10 years. So these are the 15 prescriptions, and if all countries accept these and really put it into practice, then we can ensure the stability of the environment, not otherwise. Next. What is good of having a nice house without a decent planet to put it on? We can't construct, nobody will like to construct a palace in the desert. Next. A nation that destroys its soils destroys itself. Forests are the lungs of our land, purifying the air and giving fresh strength to our people, told by Franklin Roosevelt, the former president of USA. Next, only few. So conservation challenges and opportunities in the post-COVID-19 world. Few slides more. Next. COVID-19 crisis can be ascribed to what we can say rooted in the disruption of the ecosystem, illegal wildlife trade, or race for global economic supremacy through some sort of biological warfare. Nobody is sure about it. But the problem is there. Even one small dot has power to stop the completion of a sentence. And here, not even dot, minuscule, which cannot be seen by our naked eyes. The microscopic organism, one only, has created havoc in the entire world. If we keep on disturbing the nature, we keep on, say, diminishing the biodiversity, species go on extinct, some other species will come, which we are not aware. As it is, our knowledge is limited to 12% of the life forms, and these may be much more dangerous. It will be difficult for us to handle. So, tiny invisible viruses, threat of extreme poverty and hunger, widening social inequality. It has triggered reverse migration and emerging social unrest. These are new normals. Next. But there are pleasant surprises of this COVID crisis. As I told you, rivers are cleaner, air is cleaner, new shades of green, sky is real blue in cities, not seen like this for many years, witnessing twinkling of stars, snow-clad mountains are visible from distant places, peacocks, birds, chirping and increasing visibility of all forms of wildlife, even in cities, are the pleasant surprises. It only shows that if human beings don't interfere with the nature, It's such a wonderful place to live on. If we keep on interfering, then what we have seen, it's a COVID now, something else may come tomorrow. Next. What are the lessons learned of this? The zoonotic diseases like Nipah, avian influenza, Zika, and coronavirus are linked to loss of biodiversity and forest. Illegal wildlife trade and wet wildlife market is the probable cause. Unsustainable extraction of natural resources, extreme anthropogenic pollution sources is disconnect with the nature, and it will prove disaster for the humanity. Next. So what we need to relook the way we develop our cities, provide green spaces, which is happening in most of the new towns which are being set up now, the way we grow our food, the way we develop businesses, the way we respect and value nature, the way we conserve species, the way we degrade natural resources, the way we consume, the way we recycle waste, overall, the way inhabit and care for planet Earth. Next. What I can do as an individual, that I do not contribute to the pollution. I do not contribute to the degradation of the nature. I will love wildlife. I will not allow others to harm nature. Whom do we please? To the policymakers, to the governments, to the business communities in all geographies, and fundamentally ourselves. Next. So planet Earth is under repair. Mother Earth is under shutdown. So at least preserve whatever is left of the nature now. Let us not harm the existing, the last vestiges of the forest, because the plantations are no match to the natural forest. So these are the processes, these are the result of processes which have been going on for millions of years. And plantations of 10, 20, 50 or even 100 years are no match, because in a forest, lot of biodiversity is there. They are interconnected through a web, and if we disturb this web, it will be very, very difficult, not only difficult, but impossible to re-establish this web. Hence, protect wherever it is available, don't cause any harm to it, neither to plants nor to animal life, and plant trees wherever we can. That's the only way forward, and salute the Mother Earth. If we save the planet Earth, the greenery, the biodiversity, it will save us. Thank you.
Hello.
Are there any questions? If they are there, I am willing to respond.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we have few questions from Dr. T. Nagasai Kumar. He's asking what measures are required for controlling accidents that diminish environmental biodiversity. For example, steering gas leakage in Vizag, in a scenario where cities are expanding with respect to SDG.
Pardon me, can you repeat or read the question? The last part.
Yes, sir. I'm just reading once again. What measures are required for controlling accidents that diminish environmental biodiversity? For example, steering gas leakage in Vizag, in a scenario where cities are expanding.
Say what has happened in Vizag is a very, very unfortunate incident. But say increasing the greenery, had there been more of greenery, more of forests in that area, in and around, especially in the factory itself, that could have absorbed most of the gas. Probably there was not that kind of stipulation, and it's a man-made mistake. Say even this cushion will be serving purpose to a limited extent. It cannot absorb all the lethal gas emitted in a day or say few us. So that's the challenge. So this kind of accidents cannot be taken care of. So it's a man-made mistake that man should have taken care. That has not happened. But biodiversity, if we grow more of trees, say because, and then in fact Vizag area, a lot of biodiversity is available in and around the city itself. But we are going on destroying it in the name of development. So that has to be halted first of all. There are no quick fix solutions. If we lose biodiversity, we'll be losing it forever. And as I told you, the plantations are no match to the natural forest. That's why all the more need to preserve, protect whatever is left over, and try to increase the green cover wherever nothing is available. Hope it satisfies the query of the.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
From audience, any questions? If anyone wants to ask questions, please unmute yourself and ask questions.
So if nothing is there, I thank the SVBR Women's College for organizing this national seminar involving the MCRHRD. I am thankful to you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I invite Vamshi Mona ma'am to deliver vote of thanks.
Please.
Good day to everyone. We have come to the end of the session on environmental sustainability and climate change by Sri P.K. Sharma, IFS, retired, Chief Consultant FC, Director, MCRHRD IT. Sir is from 1980 batch of IFS officer, former Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and head of the Forest Force, Telangana. He has expertise in the fields of forest and wildlife management, applied research, PA development, social forestry, non-timber forest product management, remote sensing, geomatics and natural resource, and environmental impact assessment, etc. He is an avid reader and writer. Thank you so much, sir. It was a very, very informative session on sustainable development goals. You have given a lot of insight on broad understanding of sustainable development goals, importance of biodiversity and its focus. Celebrating biodiversity is the theme for 2020. Thanks for reminding us in this pandemic. About the ecosystem, any unit that includes all the organisms. About ecological system, how well we know about our environment, how an ecosystem safeguards lives and livelihoods, about global warming and climate change, how half a degree of warming makes a big difference in coral reefs, etc., bioaccumulation and containment. Loss that has crossed the safe zone or the threshold, and importance of biodiversity. Higher biodiversity has been linked to the lower instance of diseases, the challenges that we need to address, and important, the 15 guiding principles that we need to follow. And finally, the way you have focused on COVID-19 crisis, certain pleasant surprises due to this COVID-19 crisis, like how the rivers are cleaner and the cleaner air, etc. The lessons that we have learned out of this crisis, yes, we need to pledge to preserve the nature the way we have left. Thank you so much for a very, very interesting session, and thankful to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to introduce and also to give vote of thanks. Thank you so much.
Next session on topic creating awareness on SDGs among students by Professor V. Venkataramana. I welcome Dr. Himabindu, member IQAC, to introduce the speaker.
Video. Good afternoon to one and all. Good afternoon to dignitaries and the participants. It's my privilege to introduce Professor Venkatramana. Sir is presently the Vice Chairperson, Telangana State Council for Higher Education, and he holds an MBA degree in Management. Sir was a senior-most professor at School of Studies, University of Hyderabad, where he also served as a dean for 7.5 years. Sir has served in the boards of State Bank of Hyderabad and IIFCL and has over 30 years of experience across different sectors spanning academics and industry. Professor Venkatramana has extensively worked in the area of innovation, incubation, and entrepreneurship, and was the founder of the Technology Business Incubator at University of Hyderabad. Sir has served as visiting professor at San Diego State University, USA, and Thailand, and Poznan University of Economics and Business. Sir has delivered many lectures in leading universities in India and abroad. Professor Venkatramana received many honors and prestigious awards, to mention few: AICTE Career Award for Young Teachers in the year 1999, and Best Professor in Marketing in Singapore, CMO Council Asia. In addition, he is on various committees of AICTE, University, and Board of Studies. So I welcome you to this session and kindly address the audience.
Thank you and very good afternoon. Am I audible? I just want to request someone to say yes, or maybe in the chat box. I think. I'm really honored to be part of this working. Yes, thank you. Yeah. This is for having.
See you though. We can't see you.
You can't see you, sir. Oh my. Okay. I'm just. I'll get back. There could be some. So I am told that this would be there are when I see the schedule of the conference, I see that very distinguished persons have already addressed on different facets of the sustainability and climate change issues. And I'm equally honored to be part of this conference, which is hosted by the MCHRD, which is led by, of course, Professor Acharya, a mentor for the many of us like us. And I'll straight away go into the video. So I would like to just touch upon a couple of things before I go on to the topic which has been given to me, that is creating awareness on SDGs among students. First of all, I'll just try to cover the landscape, the higher education landscape, so to speak. And you find that in India, especially, I will be talking about the higher education system broadly, because that's what I represent. And that's what my area of expertise has been over the last 30 years or so. If you look at the number of universities and number of educational institutions which are there, you have been seeing that there is a gradual growth. And sometimes there's a mushrooming growth of higher education institutions. This is because there is a huge requirement, and especially with an aspirational society, of course it has to be, and a growing country and a leading and a lot of younger population in the nation, you find that there are a lot of students who want to pursue higher education, and hence find that this growth has been going at a very fast rate. Now, if you look at the specific issue of SDG 4, which we talk about the broad theme being the broad theme of SDG itself is plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. But if you look at SDG 4, which is education, it is, if you again repeat, even if the cost of repetition, to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. I think that is the center. That should be kept in our mind when we are talking about anything which talks about these SDG. Now I'll come to each one of them. I'll try to divide it into three parts. The first part is inclusive and equitable quality. education and lifelong learning opportunities for everyone. I'll talk about the specific initiatives we have taken in the government of Telangana, and then probably correlate it or extrapolate it in the national context. The specific goals of the higher education system again is to develop students who are to be responsible citizens. But I'm sometimes I wonder, because having served in 3 or 4 major universities in the country, sometimes it's a matter of concern that these do not percolate down the line. And many a time you find that we are probably churning out graduates who probably lack the understanding or the depth or the relevance of these areas which we are talking about. So broad idea or objective has to be, especially as academicians, and I find many distinguished academicians participating in this, and also this being organized by 2 reputed institutions who are known for their contributions. So the broad objective has to be, the goal has to be, and we at the State Council of Higher Education have also drawn this as part of the T2024. The T2024 means the first decade of Telangana, and the aim of the government is, for the council and our policymakers, is to plan for the first decade, and the following are listed out. A, to prepare or develop students as responsible citizens with moral values, technical knowledge, and make them employable by imparting updated and revised and relevant subjects and curricula. Towards this, we have planned to make the students aware and involve them in trying to learn newer areas and areas which require more attention. So we have formed 3 working committees, and I'll just highlight the initiatives and then come back to, I think more of them can be asked with Q&A time permits. So we started looking at the entire system of higher education, both in the nationally and also in the state. We found that while an emphasis on the enrollment is very high, the GER, so to speak, and in fact, the Telangana has a record that it is higher than the national GER. The national GER is around 25%. GER is gross enrollment ratio, and we are at 36.3. I think the latest Aisha report will also reveal some more statistics. So what I mean to say is that while we can claim that we are having a high level of GER, it is also important that we inculcate and probably train our students and direct their attention towards this. And that's what the theme which has been given to me, which speaks about how do we talk about awareness of these. So I think it's a kind of a action commitment towards this SDG, and also complete involvement of all the stakeholders. When I mean stakeholders, it means A, the policymakers, B, the educational administrators, C, the faculty, D, the students, and E, the employing organization. So you find that all of this can be possible if all of us think alike and we wear the same lens. It means that we need to reorient the educational system. It needs to restructuring the system, and we need to look at the redesigning the curriculum and probably more research. We call this the 4R model. We are developing this. So what we thought is, first let us start backward from the student. What are the expectations of the student? Are we meeting them? 2, what are the ways and means, strategies we are adopting towards making the student aware of this? C, are we making our institutions also fall in line with these priorities and plans? And D, how do you sensitize the external publics, especially the employing organizations, especially the outside society, that these are essential? And also, of course, more important and very important is to involve and have the top policymakers buy in towards this approach of making students relevant, redesigning, etc. One of the initiatives we thought which would help us take it forward is to work on 3 working committees. We formed 3 working committees. And one of the things which we found is the curriculum all over the country, all over the nation, and even globally, this is the topic we talked about. Are we really delivering curriculum which is relevant, which is making the student realize all these goals which we are putting on it. So we started working on a curriculum. Completely, we would like to redesign the curriculum and probably in a positive manner disrupt the entire educational system, especially since we are talking about the post-COVID era. We found that the practice orientation of practice school, which is typically talked about. For example, Germany has done this in a very big way. There is an internship, especially in professional courses. We found that it was only, most of it is notional. Students do not practice what they are taught. There's a huge gap between the classroom and the place of work which they go. The future of jobs itself is uncertain. We do not know. So we thought that the internship thing, the connect with the organization should be improved. The third one is, how do we encourage? Because we are also talking in this SDG goals, we're talking about making students, the TVET system, especially in the professional education, technical and vocational education system, we're talking about quality. It talks about many things, it's very too short a time of 15, 20 minutes. I wish I could make a presentation, but I'll definitely send it to the organizers at a later stage. So third thing is, how do you make students think out of box? How do you make them innovators, entrepreneurs, people who can catapult the economic activity by coming out with ideas and flowing from the knowledge and in the classroom? So my submission is that we need to look at it from the broader perspective. First, let us see from the university perspective, from the academic perspective. That means all institutions should ensure inclusive approach. That means access to everyone. Towards this, the government of Telangana has taken up an initiative of funding, giving the fee reimbursement to all the eligible sections of the population. That means that anybody who is eligible, who is interested, will have to be given a kind of incentive or a kind of a support to go through the higher education system. I think this is very relevant. The second thing is equitable. For example, there's a long debate that there is a difference between public universities and private universities, colleges, autonomous colleges, and colleges supported by the government or established by the government. To remove this disparity, I think there is a huge impetus being given on government colleges. Reason being, some people may say that, but it is important because if you look at the sections of people who go to the less known colleges, or of course the government institutions are doing very well, but we need to put a lot of emphasis on that to make it more inclusive, access to everyone, inclusive. And then third thing is quality. Quality is a very relatively, everybody can debate. Quality comes out of, there's a lot of theories about that, but I would like to stick to the higher education perspective. It is always believed, and I strongly believe, both at the University of Hyderabad and the current assignment, that if a student has to deliver quality, or if a teacher has to deliver quality, you need to give him or her a quality ecosystem, which means classrooms with proper facilities, quality faculty who are trained, who are given international exposure, who are given the freedom and the liberty to train, to experiment, and also supporting ecosystem. That means the student-teacher relationship has to be built up based on the learner's profile, etc., etc. So all in all, it means that we need to develop educational pathways between the universities and the people who are requiring this. We need to examine the implications of national policies and provide these educational programs. And we need to ensure all the programs lead to the benefit of all the sections. It might be difficult because one size fits all approach may not fit especially in the system. But I think access is important. Towards this, one other initiative which we have taken up is providing overseas scholarships. All of us participants in this webinar know that a high level of exposure, especially on the students who want to compete at a global level, not necessarily that you study abroad, but it's also good to have visiting faculty, scholars in residence, participation in webinars, encouragement for quality publications, etc. needs to be given. We have just announced a policy by which every college which wants to go for the quality accreditation. In fact, 2 weeks back, we had a presentation by the NAC chairperson and the AICT chairperson. How do we take our higher education system in general, make it to a more competitive, more a quality level, and then how do you put our students at the forefront of and at the cutting edge of research, both in science, social science, and commerce and arts, etc. So lastly, I think I will list out the 5 indicators we need to do. And through our experience, 1, increase the GER is a goal which even the national education policy is talking about. It will be necessary for all of us to work on making more students come into the higher education system, so that because the younger lot, if we have to put them channelizing their energies and learning capabilities into a better way, I think India can become knowledge superpower. Already it is on the way. 2, encourage greater equity. I'm glad to say that the universities in Telangana and Telangana higher education system today, you find many girls coming into the system. For example, the typical gender imbalance used to be there. For example, in Usmania University today, I was told that around 60%, even in colleges which I find, 60% of the students are girls doing extremely well. So I think, but the hostels are not there. And see this, like sometimes it's very difficult. There are not many girl hostels. Even the Honorable Governor was pointing out that. So we need to work on what the students who are coming, what are their aspirations, how do you bridge these gaps, and how do you make them more employable, socially relevant, and technically competent. The next indicator, the point is, it's more integrated system of education and training. Most of us have gone through an educational system which doesn't offer a student a choice or a voice. Most of us are victims of the training. For example, silos of it. We stick to our silos. But today we are talking about a multicultural, multidisciplinary approach towards education. That means a cafeteria-based education. I can pick up a course in Urdu, I can pick up a course in dance, I can study chemistry, and I can go for international education. I think the CBCS was designed on this, but we need to work on more integrated system of education and through consultation, of course. And next one would be, we need to develop partnerships. No activity can be done in isolation, and especially an activity like higher education. For a long time, we have not been in touch with the society. That's my personal opinion. We have thought that higher educational institutions are institutions we have evolved over the years, and we are here because of the society. So I think we need to do more of it. Extension activities. We need to cultivate villages. Even the Honorable Prime Minister is talking about it, and we need to look at students so that group work and then understanding the local ecosystem is very important, and probably work on social projects, because I think, and especially in degree syllabus, we have kept something called, I think, skill enhancement, and then something. We can encourage students to go back into the society and start looking at coordinated approach, etc. And the last one being, we need to develop international relationships, cross-country partnerships within institutions, and encourage student mobility. Otherwise, most of the time we would be producing or we would be churning out students who aren't ready for the global workplace, either because of their knowledge and skill gap or because of their inability to understand the nuances of higher education. We also need to look at increasing the research funding. And of course, when I talk about research funding, we also need to look at inclusive approach towards providing everyone an opportunity to look at pursuing their research. And lastly, I would say that we need to promote innovation, incubation, and entrepreneurship, because unless we link the lab to the market, to the farmer, to the fork, so to say, I'm just drawing a comparison, student to the industry or university, whatever it is, this interface and this linkage and this ability of the student to think out of box, to work on emerging areas, etc. I think these are some important pointers of the future, and there are a lot of other things which I wanted to talk about, the short term and long term. But I think these are the broad this thing. But finally, I would again thank the organizers, especially Dr. B.P. Acharya and all his team, Dr. Harpreet Singh, etc., and the management of HBS, Mr. Mutyam Reddy, who have thought about me. I wish I had more time, but since COVID has shown us the way to interact, I think we would also, from the State Council, one last word, wish to organize a webinar on the higher education itself, and we will, on another line, offline, I will discuss with the senior officers. And then thank you so much. And then I am ready for questions, if any. Otherwise, we can take it forward. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Sir, I think we haven't received any questions, but I would like to thank Professor Venkatramana for a very thought-provoking and insightful address. Basically, you have laid emphasis on how a student should be thinking out of box and the role of academic institutions to adopt an inclusive approach. Sir, your emphasis on strengthening student-teacher relationship, then creating some, and the highlight of initiatives of TSCHE and encouraging greater equity and more integrated system of education. All these, I think, are well taken by the teaching fraternity, and thank you very much for being on this, being a part of this conference. Sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the next session is going to begin. It's a presidential address and closing remark by Sri B.P. Acharya IS, DG and EO, Special CS to Government, Dr. MCRHRD. Now I welcome Ms. P. Vijaya, Coordinator IQAC and Program Convener, to introduce the speaker.
Thank you, Selma. Sir, a very good afternoon and welcome, sir, to the conference. I consider my privilege to be introducing Sri B.P. Acharya Garu for being the the next speaker on the session. Sri B.P. Acharya, sir, has been heading the MCRHRD since March 2017 and has implemented several innovative training programs, including e-learning for field staff, covering over 80,000 employees in the state in the last 3 years. He's been instrumental in establishing the Center for Sustainable Development Goals at Dr.MCRHRD. Sir, as Managing Director, APIIC has been instrumental in facilitating over 20 world-class clusters in the combined state of AP, such as Financial District, Mindspace IT Cluster, City, and Pharma City, etc., thereby generating employment to over 40 lakh persons directly or indirectly. As the Secretary to the Government, Industries and Commerce Department, Sir has been instrumental in developing the Genome Valley and biotech sector in combined AP. As a Special Chief Secretary Planning, he was responsible for strengthening of decentralized planning in the State Planning Department and established the District Knowledge and Innovation Centers in each district, which provide innovative and workable solutions to the district administration in implementation of critical programs. Sir, we welcome you to deliver your address.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Of course, I was supposed to giving the concluding remarks, but I am told that Dr. Amirullah is going to speak in post-lunch. So I would restrict myself to some general remarks on this webinar today. In fact, we are very happy to be associated with this webinar with the RBVVR, the Women's College, which is one of the oldest women education institutions in our state. And I am told that academics and students, over 300 of them are in this webinar from all over the country. So it's indeed an important national event that we are participating in today. Thank you for giving this opportunity. I have a small presentation. I'll quickly go through that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Jalal, please move to the next slide. Yes. The basic principle of the SDGs, as all of you know, was to see that no one is left behind. I think by now, a number of speakers, distinguished panelists who have spoken before me, they have gone on, they mentioned about the agenda, the global agenda. It preceded the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals, which were introduced at the turn of the millennium, but it passed off without much of an achievement in the 8 broad areas that it was supposed to address, 2000-2015. It was largely because of the disorganized way it was handled and the institutional structure which was missing. So learning from that, in 2015, the global community wanted to have a different set of goals. Next, please. Next slide. As all of you would have been told by now, the UN in 2015 set this global agenda for 2030 with 17 goals, 169 targets, which were globally accepted by the 193 countries which were part of this meeting. In India, we have accepted as many as 306 indicators pertaining to these goals and targets, with a bit of a complicated framework which we need to understand and see how to achieve these goals. Next slide, please. Next slide. Broadly, all these goals can be categorized in 5 broad categories, which are the people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Particularly in a time like this, where we are facing the COVID-19 pandemic, the people and planet, the 10 goals which are classified under that, they are most important, and the whole the normal situation has changed. Now we have to look at SDGs in a different perspective altogether. As Mr. Sharma very ably mentioned, the COVID-19 has given a totally whole new way of looking at things for development, for the agenda that you have, and the goalposts have changed for everyone, the participants, the stakeholders, the students who are trying to understand. They need to understand this very clearly. Next, please. Next slide. The principle which is underlying the SDG agenda is the universality of the SDG agenda, which covers all the countries of the world. Integration of these goals, unlike the MDG, which was seen as a polarized and each in a watertight compartment, each of these 8 goals were seen separately. Here there is a case of integrating all the goals, and as I mentioned already, the eventual the bottom line of the SDG agenda is to see that no one is left behind. Not the last of the migrant labor is left behind. Not the last of the COVID patient is left behind in a situation like this. That would be the aim in a situation like this. Next slide, please. Next. This is already all of you have seen this. Next, please. To achieve this SDGs, what is important is to think, while accepting the global agenda, we need to act locally. I keep telling my officers and the faculty that you can't achieve SDGs sitting in Delhi or sitting in the UN headquarters. You need to achieve it at the village level. That is why we try to prepare village level action plan for SDGs for the first time, perhaps in the country. I will give you some of the facets of this the localizing the SDGs, what needs to be done. Next, please. Next slide. The cutting edge is the most important level at which we need to address the SDGs. The village or the urban slum or the lowest level of the achieving the SDG is at where the people live. People are the center of the achieving this goal. Healthcare, whether education, all that can be achieved not by sitting in the offices in Delhi or in Hyderabad. We need to work in the villages to see that it's possible. Next, please. The roadmap for that is to create awareness through advocacy such as this and planning very meticulously by monitoring and evaluation. Next, please. Integration of planning is again very important. See that the SDGs are achieved. Next, please. Next. Next, please. The key stakeholders in this are the government, the corporate sector, civil society, NGOs, philanthropy, business, self-help groups, and students and teachers and academicians. This is where you come in. You need to create awareness. You need to understand what are these and how, because eventually, by the time you people take charge of this, the different areas, when you grow up and take your jobs, the SDGs will have to be achieved. The media and the elected representatives, other categories. Next, please. Role of stakeholders is to see that each one works with the other and to ensure that together the integrated concerted effort is made to achieve the SDGs. Next, please. Urgency of this agenda to see that already we have passed 15 years, 5 years of the up 2015, already 5 years have elapsed. We are just left with 10 more years. And in the wake of the pandemic, I suspect for next 5 years, we'll be continuing to see undo the damages of what is the world has gone through in various sectors. We hope that we get over it sooner than that. By trying to dovetail the existing programs with the goals of SDG and at each level by ensuring a broad participation and interlinking the various factors of the agenda. Next, please. I'm quickly going through because some of these are not really relevant to the academicians, the faculty which is attending it. This is more for the government functionaries. Next, please. Monitoring and evaluation, of course, is very important. How are we going? Are we on the right track? We need to understand that we are proceeding on the right track. Next, please. In Telangana, particularly, there was a need to link it up with the broad goal of the state government, which was called Bangaru, or the Golden Telangana. Bangaru Telangana was the slogan which was given by the government at that point in time. Next, please. I will very quickly run through these slides. To achieve this, we try to link the goals of Bangaru Telangana and the SDGs so that there is no mismatch. Otherwise, the many departments saying that we have nothing to do with SDGs, we are only working for achieving Bangaru Telangana. But eventually, they were trying to achieve SDGs by that. So we need to create that awareness among them. We had series of meetings at the secretary level, at the HOD level, to convince them that by achieving Bangaru Telangana, in fact, you are achieving the SDGs. Next, please. Next slide, please. The progress that you achieved so far has been to map the SDGs with departments concerned, map each target. This is the map each target with the flagship programs of the state government, which is relevant across the state. Every state will have similar situations. Every the college can work on these lines also in their respective states. We, as it was mentioned in the beginning, we established a Center for SDGs at MCRHRD to create this awareness for advocacy, to at a different level work with the departments to help them to prepare action plans and things like that. We also created e-learning modules on SDGs, which will be shown to you in the post-lunch session. And some of you could perhaps enroll and complete that module. Next, please. This is a picture of the inauguration by the present member of the Niti Aayog, Dr. Saraswat, and the UN representatives were there. This is a part of our institute, Center for SDGs, which is being headed by Mrs. Divya Parmar at the moment. Next, please. Next slide, please. That was on the occasion we released the Telugu version of the SDGs and the to create awareness in the villages and the sarpanch level, the gram panchayats and the like. Next, please. Next slide. Next slide. This is the module which will be shown to you in the post-lunch session. Next, please. Next slide. So finally, what is important in SDGs is to think globally and act locally. As I mentioned in the beginning, each one, it is not enough to say that SDGs need to be achieved sitting in Delhi or we have nothing to do with it. I am a professor in a particular college. I can't contribute to achieving SDGs. That is not the right approach. Each one in his or her own capacity, in whatever position they are occupying, they can certainly play an important role. And that is what is important to create the awareness on. And I hope that the webinar that we're conducting today will help in achieving that goal. Next, please. At a time when all of us, next slide, please. All of us are going through this pandemic, and the whole, as I mentioned, the goalpost has changed. It's important to keep our faith and to see and to understand that this is a cartoon of mine which I drew as a tribute to the famous cartoonist R.K. Lakshman. It shows the common man coming out of the COVID hospital and commenting that this too shall pass. The COVID-19 too shall pass, and we shall together overcome this crisis. That is where the goals like SDGs will guide us to overcome the crisis and work for the future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At the outset, sir, I thank you so much for the cooperation rendered to collaborate for such an important conference. And you have re-emphasized the concept of sustainability and the need for actually implementing at a local level, which requires a more integrated approach and action. And I'm sure, sir, these sessions and your speech in particular will also help the faculty take home this idea as a special goal. The SDGs should become a part of the goal, and I'm sure they will take over and translate it into for future generations into some proactive actions, sir, and create a better world. They will definitely contribute. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
I request all the participants to provide their attendance. I have shared the link. And there is a break for Amirullah Khan, Adjunct Professor, Dr. MCRHRD. Now I welcome Ms. P. Vijaya, Coordinator IQAC and Program Coordinator, to introduce the speaker.
A very good afternoon to all the participants, sir. A very good afternoon. Welcome to the session. I now introduce Professor Amirullah Khan, who is the speaker for the session following. Sir is an erstwhile officer of Indian Civil Services. Dr. Amirullah Khan is presently a Faculty of Economics and Development Policy at Dr.MCRHRD Human Resource Development Institute of Telangana. He is also an adjunct faculty of the prestigious Indian School of Business and a visiting professor at Nalsar. He's worked on UNDP at Project Large, which is legal advancements and reforms for globalizing the economy. He is also known as a former deputy director and policy advisor to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Sir, we are extremely privileged to have you here, and I now request you to deliver your address.
much. Thank you so much. I must first apologize for all the problems in the morning, but thankfully now we will hopefully go through this without a problem because the technical issues have got sorted out. Thanks to Sridevi and to Jalal for having helped me through this. What I'm going to go through is a very simple discussion on what SDGs mean, not in terms of how they were framed and so on, but SDGs and their importance in the post-COVID, post-corona world and how that impacts all of us in the higher education sector. That is what I'm going to talk about. That what are the problems that we see, what are the challenges that we will face as far as approaching the SDGs is concerned, and how we in the higher education sector are going to tackle these issues. I have a simple short presentation. I will make that hopefully very quickly in the next 35 minutes so that we can then have some discussion and take your questions. What I will encourage all of you to do is to use the chat window and put in your questions as you think of them so that at the end of my conversation we can then look at the questions that you have and start discussing those. So please use that. And once again, welcome to this discussion. Jalal, can I go to the next slide? So what I'm talking about, the first question is, what are our challenges today? Why are we discussing this issue in today's forum? How are the SDGs and the pursuit of those SDGs impacting us today in the social arena, especially after the epidemic? That is the question that we are asking. Now, there can be several answers to this question. My answer, and the answer that I'm proposing today to all of you to think about, is that the big challenge, all right, I'm trying to speak louder. I hope you can hear me now. The big challenge to society after what has happened in the last 3 months is a challenge at 3 levels. And this is my first point that I want to introduce to all of you. I am saying that there are 3 problems that we are faced with when we discuss the issue of SDGs post-corona. The problem that we see is almost everybody is saying volume too low. I don't know if it is helping. Can you hear me properly now? Or is everybody facing the same problem? Some of you, it might be because your volume at your computer is muted or is low. So if you can increase there, then I can proceed. Is the volume okay?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. So thank you, VBS. So let me now proceed. I was saying that having seen the literature on the economic impact and the social impact of COVID-19 and Corona, what I propose is that there are 3 aspects that are very critical, and these 3 aspects are the important socio-economic impact that we are seeing that is going to matter to our reaching our SDGs. What are these 3? The 3 issues that we are talking about are poverty, hunger, and unemployment. As I said, there can be others. There are others. For example, education is a serious issue. But I am not talking about education to people here in this meeting because you understand that issue much better than anyone else. I am talking about the three major issues of poverty, hunger, and unemployment. Let's see quickly where they fit in. Jalal, can you go next? So you know that this SDG. Yeah, please keep going down. You know these 17 goals at SDG. Go on, please. Yes, Jalal, keep going down. So if you look at all the SDGs, and can we keep going to the next slide further? So why I wanted to show you this is that the first point of universality is very important in the post-corona period, because for the first time in the world history, do we have a problem that is absolutely universal. Out of the 200 odd countries, we have 190 countries that have been affected by this virus. There is nothing else in the history of the world that has been so universal and so widespread. So that is why the universality aspect of SDGs in the post-corona world is very important. The second is that they are integrated goals, the three that I talked about. Next, please. We need, this transformation issue again is something that we all know about. Next slide, please. Yeah, please keep going up. Yeah. So the first goal is poverty, and that is why I am talking about the impact on SDGs of this virus. It is directly impacting SDG 1. How is it impacting SDG 1? You see, in the last 20 years, we have seen an acute fall in the level of poverty in India. In the last 25 years, we have seen more than 300 million people coming out of poverty. So poverty, which used to be nearly 40% of the population, is now down to about 15%, 18%, some say 20%. So there has been such huge reduction in poverty in the last so many years. However, in the last 3 months, this impact has been so high that we are again seeing an increase in poverty. The estimate is that at least 100 million people now will go back into poverty because of what has happened due to coronavirus. So therefore, the first major social impact of the post-corona economy is that poverty seems to have, or poverty definitely has increased. Next slide. The second SDG. Again, the second, and this is the second point, and that is the important issue. That what has happened is that on the hunger issue, we are already facing a problem. For example, what do I mean by that? That if you look at the global hunger index, you will find that India, even before corona, was facing a serious problem. The numbers are that about 100 million people in India, 10 crore people in India every day sleep hungry. That's a large number, and that is a very sad aspect of our development path. That even after so many years, 100 million people went hungry in December 2019. But the tragedy is that in the last 4 months, we have added people to this number that is hungry. The estimate is that about 50% of people in India now are eating less. 50%. But the more difficult or the more tragic number is that at least 140 million people now are suffering from hunger. Hunger is a very difficult problem. Hunger is a very serious problem. Most of us on this webinar do not know what hunger is. Fasting for a day or fasting for a month is another thing altogether. That does give us some idea. But hungry people, or acute hunger, is when you haven't eaten for 5 or 6 days and you don't know whether you are going to and when you are going to get your next meal. That is acute hunger, and that is the kind of hunger today that about 140 million people in India suffer. That number has gone up by at least 40 million. So SDG 1 is a huge problem because we now have new poor people, or people who had exited poverty have joined poverty back. And the second point is an important point because now we have added so many more million people who are hungry. Third point. Next. Healthy lives promote well-being. This is a serious problem. The whole virus issue is about its impact on health, how it is going to make so many people unhealthy and unwell. Next slide, please. This is the point that you are addressing, that we have to ensure inclusive and quality education. What has been the impact of Corona on education? The big impact is that all schools are closed down, and some few students now are going to get educated online. The best estimate we have is that 10% of our students can afford to go online, which means that while we will provide quality education online, which in itself is questionable, it will not be inclusive. It will not include 90% of our students. That is the issue as far as education is concerned. Next, please. SDG 5 is an important SDG. And in the context of Corona, what I have to tell you is that all the 3 points that I made, that poverty is going up, hunger is going up, and unemployment is going up, we will find that all these three impact women disproportionately larger. So if there is poverty going up more among women than among men. If there is hunger going up, then more women are going hungry compared to men. Unemployment has gone up, it is women who have lost jobs more than men. So on all three issues, the impact on gender equality has been very, very significant. Next slide. Yeah, can we go to the next slide, please? Access to water and sanitation continues to be an important goal. We will not talk about it now. Next. Energy. Yes, it is critical, and I must tell, the only point I must tell you here is that one of the big fallouts of COVID has been that the demand for electricity has come down. It is in a country like ours, when the demand for electricity comes down, then it is a serious issue. And that is what has happened in the last few months. Next, please. Sustainable economic growth, employment, decent work for all. This SDG has become so much more difficult to meet now. We already had a huge problem because of Corona. Now everybody knows that 90% of our labor does not work in decent work conditions. It is what is known as unorganized labor or informal labor. And instead of that going up, now it is coming down. So we are going to have a big problem as far as SDG number 8 is concerned. Next slide. Infrastructure issue is going to be a major issue in the next few months, because what has happened is that most of our infrastructure projects are now held up. They will become more expensive. They will not find it easy to complete. Our airports, our metro lines, our roads, all those are becoming very difficult to foster. Next slide. inequality after COVID, you can understand, will only increase even among countries and within countries. Next slide, please. What has been exposed is SDG number 11. If you see what has happened with COVID, the COVID attack has been entirely a city-based attack. It is the cities that have got affected. And if you see the whole world, it's a very strange virus that we are seeing, which is attacking, which is causing damage, more damage to the bigger city. Could you have ever imagined, even as late as January this year, that we will have an issue wherein the big cities of the world, the biggest cities of the world will close down? New York, London, Tokyo, Beijing, Bombay, Delhi. It is these big cities of the world that have been exposed to this virus. Next slide. Sustainable consumption and production patterns is a standard SDG. We will not discuss it today. Next slide. Climate change is an important issue but not relevant to our conversation today. Next slide. Sustainability, use of oceans, etc. The same thing. Next slide, please. Desertification, degradation, forest, hugely important, but not now. Thank you. Next slide. This is a huge issue for us. If you saw how we behaved with our migrant labor, the kind of injustice that was done to them, the kind of exclusion that we showed to them. 100 million people left in the lurch, don't know what to do, walking back home. This period after March 22nd, when we saw these thousands and lakhs of people stranded in our society, was a picture that I don't think many of us ever thought we will see. And almost none of us is going to forget that when we see people walking home, girls cycling 1,000 kilometers, carrying their small children, dying on the way. This was possibly the biggest debacle that we saw in the last 4 months, as far as our social issues are concerned, and certainly as far as our goals are concerned. The final goal, please. Next slide. This is, you will see how important this is, that if we want, what COVID has shown to us, that unless we all work on this together, we are not going to solve the problem. This is a brilliant example of why SDG 17 is so important. That if we are going to fight this virus, every country in the world has to work together to develop a vaccine. If one country develops a vaccine, it will have to ensure that the vaccines are available to every other country. If one country develops a cure, that cure will have to be shared with everybody. We have to ensure that we develop a very strong partnership that will help us solve the problem. So the SDG goal 17 has never been as important as it is today. Next slide. Right, each goal is important, but in the post-COVID world, the goals that I am talking about are the three of poverty, hunger, and unemployment. So, excuse me. Therefore, let me take you to my first point. And my first point is that of poverty. How is poverty important? And why is poverty important to all of you in higher education? See, one of the aspects about poverty, or the aspects about understanding poverty is, and all of you teachers will know what I mean, how do you explain poverty to your student? What is poverty? If your student, if your teacher is teaching economics, sociology, anthropology, political science, how will you explain poverty? What does poverty mean? And what does poverty mean in today's context? Does poverty mean the inability to consume 2,200 calories a day? Does poverty mean lack of access to education? Now, does poverty mean lack of access to hospitals? What is poverty? In today's context, in the context of SDG, that SDG goal number 1 is so important for all of us to understand that if in the 21st century we will have a billion people who suffer from poverty. In India, if we have nearly 280 million people who suffer from poverty, that is such a shame. But to be able to tackle poverty, we have to understand poverty and we have to explain to our students what poverty is. So my first recommendation to everybody in higher education is to make students aware of poverty. You see, the problem today is that because we have built such nice cities, such beautiful insulated urban spaces, that our children don't get to see poverty at all. And unless children see poverty, they will not understand. I teach my students, and those students can't imagine that there can be people in the world or in the country who don't have a refrigerator at home. For them, poverty means maybe there is no car. What they don't understand is that poverty means that you don't have more than one pair of clothes. Sometimes not even that. Poverty sometimes means that you have absolutely no access to education or to healthcare. So poverty is an issue that has to be understood, and it is our duty to understand poverty and to explain it to our students. Excuse me, please, just a second. Somebody is calling me. Yeah, I'm sorry for that, but I was just telling you that it is very important for us to be able to explain to our students what poverty is. So therefore, my first recommendation to all of you in higher education is that try and build some field component in all your classes. Uh, ensure that your students go out and write a report and do some internship on poverty. What I normally do is get my students in my economics class to go out to some poor neighborhood and study eating patterns, study consumption patterns there. Then they begin to understand that. They come back and say, sir, this is the first time we realized that 20 rupees is a lot of money for a lot of people. So that's my first recommendation to all of you. That if higher education must meet the SDG demands, it must explain to students what poverty means, actually, in real terms. The second point, second point I told you is about hunger. As just to repeat, I said that we have added at least 40 million number of people who are hungry in India, who go without food every day. What is the what are the various aspects of hunger and why is hunger such an important issue? Let me just give you one indication to explain why I am underlining the importance of SDG on hunger. You see, of these hungry people, 140 million hungry people in India. The number is slightly more, but at least the 140 million that the Global Hunger Index says India has, these 140 million people who are going hungry, of them, at least 10%, 13 million, are poor, hungry, pregnant women. See, we have 23 million women who are pregnant today. At any point in time, about 23, 24 million pregnancies happen in India. Out of that, at least 13 million mothers are going hungry. Hunger itself is a big problem. But when a pregnant woman is going hungry, then it means that nutrition imprint on the child is going to stay forever, for a lifetime. So therefore, the big problem that we are facing right now, something that we are not discussing at all, none of us is talking about it, and that is that these 12, 13 hungry pregnant women will produce 12, 13 malnutrition, 13 million children. The last time this happened was is what is known as the Dutch famine. For those of you who haven't heard of this, the Dutch famine happened immediately after the Second World War. And this was very widely studied. That's why it's a very good example. After the Dutch famine, there was a long study done on what that famine did to the Dutch women at that time. What it did was that a lot of Dutch women who were pregnant were hungry for about 7-8 months. Because of that hunger, the Dutch population remained malnutrition. For several decades, those children suffered because of that one Dutch famine for several decades. That nutrition imprint can never be deleted. Same thing is happening today. That we are ignoring the fact that 13 million of our women who are going hungry because we have withdrawn Asha workers, we have withdrawn Anganwadis, we are not providing midday meal schemes. These hungry women are going to produce malnutrition children, and this problem, even after COVID, will stay for a long, long time. Our SDG challenge is going to be that much bigger a challenge because of our ignoring of hunger. The third point I made was unemployment. And you saw how SDGs speak so much about the importance of decent work. First point on unemployment, we have at least nearly 120 million people who lost their jobs in the last 3 months. Just in the last 3 months. This is on top of the fact that in December we already had record unemployment. You see, one thing I want to tell you, which I did not say in the beginning itself, India's problem did not start with COVID. India's problem starts in 2016. From 2016 onwards, our economy is going down by the quarter. December 2019, Arvind Subramanian, our chief economic advisor then, said that India's economy is entering an ICU. At that time, we never thought that the word ICU will become so popular. Intensive care unit. He said that the Indian economy is going downhill every day and is entering the ICU. His point was that India's economy is in a very bad shape. This is much before COVID. We had record unemployment. We had never had that level of unemployment in the last 45 years. We had our economic growth rate was going down every quarter from 8%, we were down to 4.5%. Tax collection was coming down, and therefore the tax to GDP ratio was down at its lowest. In fact, yesterday's report is that our tax to GDP ratio for the first time has gone below 10%. 10% of GDP. So we were already in a very bad shape. And what has happened in the last 3 years has made it very, very much worse. Particularly the unemployment. Unemployment situation. I noticed somebody has asked this question on what has been the What's the reason for the impact on the economy? We will talk a little bit about that. But the fact is that our economy was already in a very bad shape in December, and now it is in tatters. And therefore, the impact on unemployment is going to be really huge. Almost everybody, except for those of us who work in the government, have lost our jobs. The poor are just completely unemployed. There is very few who are going to find decent work in villages. So the problem of unemployment is going to be really, really. Why am I talking about it? And here is what I get. I come so what have I said so far? I'm telling you. I made a simple point, and that first point I made was that the impact of the COVID epidemic has been on three areas: poverty, hunger, and unemployment. The second point I made was that these three are central to the issue of reaching SDG goals. The third point I'm making is that all these three are important for higher education to tackle. Higher education must make our students aware of what poverty is. Higher education must explain and highlight the importance of hunger and how hunger is going to impact future generations. And higher education must ensure that what we teach allows our children to get employed later on. Those are the three points that I made in the past. The fourth point that I'm making, and this is the last point, is, and again this is where higher education becomes important, because we in higher education shape our children's thinking, and therefore shape policy thinking. What has been the state response? How has the government responded to all this? See, whenever there is a big disaster, and the disaster can be an epidemic, it can be an earthquake, it can be flood, it can be war. Whenever there is a big disaster, there is bound to be crisis that will follow. This crisis is not new. It happened after the Spanish flu, after World War I, World War II, China War. Our economy, for example, is going down. I said it will go in the negative. Some people are saying -2%. Some people are saying -10%. How much will it go down by? We don't know. But the fact is that it will go in the negative. Only 4 times it has happened in Indian history: 1956-57, 1970, 1965, 1979, and 1990. Only 4 times we have seen a contraction in the economy. So, if we are going to see that contraction in the economy again, and we don't know how much it will contract by, the question is that what will be the state response? In this situation, how does the state react? There are two ways in which a government can react to any crisis. One way is the benevolent, the generous way. And that benevolent, generous way was that, look, all of you 200 million people who are losing their jobs, we know that you have a problem. Don't worry, for the next 3 months, we are going to feed you 3 times a day. We are going to keep you safe. We are going to open up all the schools and colleges that have been closed down, all marriage halls and hotels that have been closed down, and we will keep you there and feed you. Don't get exposed to the virus, don't die. The other extreme response is where the state says that we can't do anything. You have to take care of yourself. The economy has to recover, so everybody has to go back to work. Those are the two different kinds of responses. Unfortunately, most governments today responded in the latter fashion. Except countries like New Zealand, etc. The other countries said we can't be doing too much. So some countries did. The African countries did better. The poorer countries actually did better. So the point I'm making is that we need to understand what kind of state response is important. Today's state response of saying that it should open up at a time when India's numbers are going up relentlessly, to my mind, is a very, very wrong decision. We made a mistake. We should have closed down on March 1st. We closed down on March 22nd. March 1st, we had barely 20 cases. While delaying it for 20 days, we just allowed all the virus to come in. Now, when our number is going up relentlessly, it is going up. It's going up by 10,000 cases every day. We are opening up. Why? Because we cannot feed people. It is very, very small-minded to say that we cannot feed our people and therefore we should allow them to go out every day. I think that was a mistake, and this is what I want to convey to you. But the point is not my opinion. The point I want to convey to all of you who are in charge of higher education is that we must get our students to start thinking of it. Because you see, it is our students who are going to solve the problems for tomorrow. Those of us who have gone old now, we are only looking at problems, and we continue to look at problems and keep shouting that such a problem exists and this problem exists and that problem exists. It is our students who are going to find solutions. To be able to find solutions, they should be aware, they should be sensitive, and that is why it is so important. And that is why it was so. I was so happy when MCRHRD and the Reddy College decided to do this program on SD, because this aspect is an aspect that people have missed out on. So I will conclude here by saying that my plea to all of you in higher education is to ensure that our students understand what internationalism means in fighting a disease, how we all can come together to be able to make the world a better. To do that, our college students, our university students must understand poverty, must understand hunger, and must understand the pains of unemployment. As someone just pointed out in the chat window, we have to create job givers among us. We have to create those kind of people who will understand what poverty means and how to tackle that poverty. That is our goal. That is our goal. As teachers, our role should be to not only produce very highly skilled doctors and engineers and so on, but also extremely sensitive, sensitive young men and women is what we need in a country like ours. I will stop here. Thank you very much for having listened to me for so long. And what I will now do is open the floor up very quickly for some questions that you might have. I have some already on the on the chat window. So let me see what Rukhaya is asking: is the reduction in poverty on paper or is it really happening? Rukhaya, the data is very clear on this, and I can say with confidence that the reduction in poverty over the last 30 years has been real. We still have very poor people in the country, very poor people. And I can tell you that our poor people are poorer than those who are really poor. That bottom 130 million people in India are the poorest in the world. There is no country, even in Africa, which has more poor people than we do. But the total number has come down. The total number has come down very significantly. All the improvements in our economic development has seen to it that a large number of people have emerged out of poverty. The point I'm making today is that because of this 3 months and what is going to happen in the next 6 months, a lot of people who had gone out of poverty are now going to come back into the poverty. That is a very serious issue, and that is an issue that we must all worry about. Then, what is the second? What might what might be the reasons for downfall in the economy? Several people have pointed out several reasons. Arvind Subramaniam, for example, points out that the downfall in the economy starts immediately after demonetization. Raghuram Rajan points out that after demonetization, it was the manner in which GST was imposed that led to the downfall in the economy. A third reason that is given is because of external factors, that because of trouble in the United States and in the European Union, exports started falling, and therefore India's economy started falling down. Sujata's question is: is our economy alone Good question, Sujata. The whole world is facing a serious problem, but India's problem is that India's economy has been falling for the last 3 years. The world economy is suffering now. It will suffer. But among most of these countries that have got affected by corona, most of those countries, US, China, UK, Spain, Italy, they have so much of reserves. They are so rich that for them, 10% of GDP being spent does not really matter. But for India, it is going to be a serious issue. It is going to impact our fiscal deficit, going to involve increase our dependence on external debt, then we are going to face a bigger problem than the other countries. You know, one thing that I did not talk about, one interesting aspect, just think about it, that this virus is a strange virus. Unlike all other viruses earlier, this has only and disproportionately impacted the rich countries. Look at the countries that are affected by this virus. United States, Russia, UK, Germany, Japan, China, all the big rich countries of the world. You don't hear about Swaziland and about Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, or Papua New Guinea. The only poor country in the top 10 is India. So it's a very weird vibe. Of course, in the rich countries, it is the poor who are dying and the poor who are suffering. But this is a problem that has affected the rich countries. Also, look at the cities. Could you have ever imagined even 6 months ago that you will think of a situation in history when the big cities of the world will be shut down completely? London, Tokyo, Bombay, Delhi, shut down. Could we have even imagined this even in January? Look at India's case. Which are the states that are doing badly? The worst states as far as COVID is concerned are Tamil Nadu, the three richest states, and Punjab, the four richest states. Cities that are doing badly, Bombay, Delhi, Ahmedabad. So this is a very strange virus, and it is going to impact various economies. But the rich economies are like it is like some child falling ill in a very rich house versus a child falling ill in a poor house. In the rich house, the child will fall ill, will suffer the same consequences. The family will not suffer. In the poor house, everything will be for sale. As KRK says, yes, our job is to produce job creators. Yes and no, in the sense that we also need a lot of job seekers. For example, right now we find that and we have to take this responsibility that we in the higher education sector have failed to create enough doctors in the country. Today we find that the big problem in Bombay is not so much the lack of beds, it is the lack of nurses. Why were we not able to create, despite such a huge higher education sector, why are we not able to create enough doctors in the country, enough nurses in the country? So, those are the conditions. Sujata says India considerably took care of its subjects. Yes, Sujata, yes and no. That if we had taken care of everybody, then we would not have had people dying on the road, people suffering of hunger. We should have taken better care. As everybody will say, you can always say that we can do better. But in this case, those news items that all of us read and saw of people dying while walking back home, of people suffering from hunger, these are visuals that we should not have allowed to happen. But yeah, you're right. We did do quite a bit. Some states did better than the other states. For example, Kerala. There is no doubt about it that Kerala did very, very well and continues to do very well. So that is right. But then Telangana has not been bad at all. Though you can see around people suffering. But yes, some state governments did do better than the other state governments. Kavuri with COVID has the poverty increased? Definitely. Yes, it has increased. I can tell you that. We can calculate the numbers later on, but we have fed at least 50 million people to the poor in the last 3 months, and I I'm afraid that that number can go up to 100 million in the next. Smita, would reverse migration increase unemployment? Yes, our rural countryside is not capable of absorbing more people. It already is overpopulated. It already has high disguised unemployment and seasonal unemployment. So the number of people who have gone back to villages will only increase the supply of labor, and while the demand is already going down. So therefore, the consequent poverty, yes, Smita, the poverty will go up because the employment will increase, even in urban areas. And this is directly important to all of us in higher education. Our students who are going to graduate this year or next year are going to find huge problems getting jobs. Survey after survey has shown that this year no corporate sector is willing to hire. In fact, the study even today, which says that only 5% have said that they will hire this year. Rest of them are busy retrenching youngsters. So we have a problem as far as unemployment is concerned. Ram Karthik, GST has brought in transparency in taxation. Absolutely right. In fact, most of us who have worked on GST, I worked on GST for the last 50 years, have been arguing that GST is possibly the biggest reform that we have seen in this 21st century. However, the problem is that the GST, as several people have pointed out, was implemented very shortly. In the absence of a GST system or the GST mechanism, you have small and medium enterprises suffering tremendously because of huge delays in clearing their due of the. And those of you who teach economics will understand what I'm saying, that GST was supposed to be a single tax rate. We moved up big time by having 5 different tax rates, and a 28% tax rate is a ridiculous tax. Nobody pays it. 18% itself is very high. So while GST, that of bringing in one goods and services tax across the country, is a superb idea. The best idea that we could think of, it was done very, very shoddily, and that is why you found several MSMEs dying out because after the GST and the GST collections constantly going down. Even last year, not this year, GST collections will go down even further, but that is because of Corona. 2018-19 reduction, the gross, the aggregate collection in GST kept going down, and that is evidence to the fact that it was a hurried reform, not done as well as it should have. Selvaraj, after COVID, what will happen to poverty? Selvaraj, the simple answer is poverty will go up. It will go up significantly. Naveen, how effective is trickle down concept in Indian context? There is enough literature on this now to show that trickle down by itself is not enough. Trickle down is good. Gains that are made on top of the pyramid definitely trickle down, but they trickle down very slowly. That is why we will take 500 years if we are just waiting for trickle down to get people out of poverty. We have to do trickle down, but we also have to ensure that we pass on gains to the poor in such a manner that poverty gets alleviated faster than it is happening today. Will the situation change if people realize their responsibility? Yes. And Lata, that has been one of the big advantages of the situation that we have now. That because of this, a lot of people uh, have become responsible. The Prime Minister said that you have to be self-reliant, you have to take care of yourself. Atma Nirbharta, it is called. And people have begun to do that because they realize. And most of people like you, I'm very proud of all you teachers and so on who have encouraged their students to go out, to collect money, to distribute small things to people, face masks. A lot of you have done that. I know personally some of you who have been involved in this. And it is such a good thing that we have taught our students. I must congratulate all of you who did that and must encourage all of you to do it much more. How much time will it take for other countries? Ram, it is a very difficult, Ram Karthik, it's a very difficult to predict that. But usually in such a big debacle, historically we have seen that stability comes only after 5 or 6 quarters. So we are looking at stability in 2022 if something else doesn't go wrong. Srinivas Rao, who should wear a face covering? Everybody should, especially those who are infected. Definitely should wear. They should not go out. But if you are in the company of strangers, then it is best to keep face covered all the time. Usha, don't you think rich nations have high occurrence only because of better testing? Very good point, Usha. They know that they have higher occurrence because of better testing, and that is why that is why I get worried that if our numbers are high despite poor testing, then the reality is going to be very tragic. We don't know what is happening in Bihar or Bengal because of testing. Even Telangana, we are not testing enough. So if the numbers are high despite lesser testing, then God save us. Shipra, I will send you my contact email. Yeah, and that is something that I'd be extremely honored. Please feel free to get in touch with me for anything that I can help you with anytime. So there we are. Have I tried to answer everything? Poverty is linked to self-production. If family must produce a useful and Tirthala Sai Kumar, good point. Is it possible by 2030? Well, your guess is as good as mine. How long India will take for achieving economic growth? Srinivasa Padmakar. Very difficult to answer, but we have seen that countries come back very fast. If you see this, and some of you will know this answer better than all of you who are teaching history and political science, that countries like Japan, they face calamity after calamity, but they bounce back in no time. Take Japan. Ravaged in the First World War, became a rich country immediately afterwards. Devastated in the Second World War, by the 1970 they were threatening the US. Ravaged by tsunami in 2002, again a big rich country. So some countries just come back very quickly. Kanak Chakravarti, is poverty related to population explosion? This used to be an old problem. It doesn't exist anymore because population in India is now fast coming down, and in South India we are already become negative growth. All South Indian states, Telangana, Karnataka, Kerala has been negative for a long time. So, but the only state that where population is increasing but very marginally is Bihar. The moment Bihar also gets right, then India will actually start growing negatively in population, and that is what we expect. By 2027, we expect that India's population will stop growing at 1.45 billion, and after about one generation, it will start going down. Yeah, Srinivas Padmakar has pointed out the Japan thing that I talked about. Thanks for saying that. Can you say in short the condition of our country in the next 2-3 years, Suyata? I expect that in the next 2-3 years we should bounce back. We should be back. Even if this year we grow at -5 or even -10%, I think in the next 2 or 3 years India's economic fundamentals are so strong that we should be back to 8 and 9% growth by 2023, unless we do another demonetization or something. So, Naveen, less than 3% paying direct tax, that is right. Indirect taxes seem to be the only alternative, but that is never a good idea to have to collect money from indirect taxes because then you are taxing the poor. Population explosion, as I said, there's nothing to do about it except the only thing, Sai Kumar, I must tell you is that population explosion always has a direct correlation with education level of women. So wherever women's education goes up, population starts coming down, and that's the reason why population growing in Bihar and in Eastern UP. If you educate women there, nothing else works. You educate women, population will come down. It is an indictment of our education system that population explosion is what we are seeing. So I think I have covered questions that have been asked. If there are any more questions, I will be only too happy to answer them directly. Usha's question on does the SDG contradict capitalism? It does in a lot of ways. It gets internationalism in. It asks people to be sensitive. It asks people to be caring, and that is what I want to end my presentation with by saying that as teachers, our responsibility is to make people sensitive and caring. All of you who are involved in this, and I know several of you are, in making people aware of what is happening around them. Um, those are the and to ensure the final point that I started off with also, and to ensure that our students become provide solutions. They look for solutions to all our problems. If we can encourage them to do that, then we are um, not failing in our duty as teachers. So thank you so much. It is always a great honor to address my fellow, my colleagues in the teaching fraternity. We really have a big challenge in front of us. This year we will have to figure out how we are going to teach to our students online and so on. But given all that, given this situation, we as teachers have a huge responsibility in ensuring that India's problems get sorted out. Thank you very much again.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I thank Amir sir for his wonderful lecture, and I'm sure all of us have been both, it's been a great learning and a touching experience of listening. And I now request uh, uh, Mrs. Sridevi Ailuri, Director IT and E-Learning, to just mention about the e-learning module. We will share the link with all the participants. You can see the video later and post, just watch it afterwards. The link will be sent to your personal email IDs. And dear participants, thank you for your patient listening. We will conclude the program after the mentioning after the short address by Dr. Ms. Sridevi Ailuri, and the feedback form also will be posted now. Thank you. I now invite our Mrs. Sridevi Ailuri to address.
Thank you, Ms. Vijaya. A very good afternoon to all the participants of this today's National Conference on Driving Sustainable Development Goals. In fact, we actually wanted to show this small e-learning module, but because of want of time, we are actually, I'll just brief you about this module, and later on you can go through the module as we will be sharing the link with you all. This module, like during the session addressed by Sri Acharya ji, he has already mentioned about this module. This is an e-learning module developed in collaboration with UNICEF. It's a 30-minute module, and it actually reiterates all the points deliberated today during the forenoon sessions. This is the link where you have to go, teams.mcrhrdi.gov.in. We will be sharing the login credentials to all the participants. We have your email ID and your phone numbers. So we will be sharing the email credentials. You will have to go to this teams.mcrhrdi.gov.in, and after that you can type in the login credentials provided by us, which will take you to the module. We'll just once open the module. So generally what we do for the login credentials is whatever the email ID you provide with us, before the @ the name portion is used as the username, and password will be common. It is MCR@123, so that we will provide later on. So after going to the Teams portal, which is our e-learning portal, after going there, you have to select the SDG, the third module in the screen. Click on the screen and then you'll go to this module. It's a 30-minute module, and after doing the course, you'll also get a e-certificate. So I'll encourage all of you to go and do this course once. So it will be like, module on Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs in India. So this is how it looks, and this is how it is going to run. So yeah, thank you so much, and over to you, Vijaya.
Thank you, Sridevi. And I now request, the Selma to propose the formal vote of thanks. When we continue.
Good evening to all the dignitaries, eminent speakers, and all and the participants all over the states and country. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell, RBVRR Women's College. At the outset, we are thankful to MCRHRDIT for collaborating with the college for today's national conference. I thank Shri B.P. Acharya, IAS, Director General, EO Special CS2 Government, MCRHRDIT, Srimati Sridevi Ailuri, Director IT and E-Learning, and Head MCRHRDIT, and Srimati Divya Parmar, Director CSD MCRHRDIT. I am extremely thankful to speakers of today's sessions, Dr. Ashok Kumar Jain, Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, Dr. Amirullah Khan, Adjunct Professor ISB and MCR HRDIT, Sri P.K. Sharma, Chief Consultant, FC, Professor V. Venkataramana, Vice Chairman, TSHE. I thank our Honorary Secretary, HMVS, Professor K. Mutyam Reddy, sir, Secretary cum Correspondent of our college, Professor G. Sudarshan Reddy, sir, and the Principal, Dr. J. Achutta Devi, ma'am. I thank the national and international participants for your enthusiastic participants in this national conference. There has been representations of participants from various states of the country. We are thankful for your active participation. I also thank Mr. Jalaluddin, System Administrator, MCR HRDIT, for the technical support. I also thank the IT team for technical support, IT team of RBVR Women's College, and the supporting staff for making the arrangement for this national conference. Thank you.